background. I'm doing some work or, sending some text, and there was nothing on. I had to resort back to listening to Talking Heads on ESPN. I'm like, no, what happened to the Olympics, man? So I miss it. I miss it already.
I know what you mean. My parents tell me that when I was really little, so I'm 3 or whatever, I'd come out every day when the World Series was on with my blanket, sit in front of the TV and get ready to watch the World Series. Then the World Series ended. They said I was so mad. I don't remember this, but they said I was so mad when there was no World Series. It's like, hey, what's going on? And so that's kind of how it is now, right? The Olympics.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on in the Olympics today? Nothing. Over.
It's like, what do we do now?
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I know we got preseason football, but August is a dreadful month. Oh, yeah. Hey, we got it done. It wasn't pretty, but we got it done. I just think there's not much going on. Like, I'm watching ESPN2 now. All pro softball. What is that? AU pro soft? Like, we need basketball and football back for real. Mm-hmm. This is, we're going to have the Little League World Series. Not necessarily a fan of myself.
I'm not either.
Yeah, it's not like it used to be for some reason. 20 years ago, I was kind of into it, but now I need some real sports going back.
Mm-hmm. But we do need a little bit of a break, I think, so that because then we're going to appreciate it more when football starts and when the NBA actually starts.
Yeah, I think, when it comes to the NBA, and I think for Kings fans, it may feel different because ever since the DeMar DeRozan signing, I've been ready. I'm like, man, we got 3 more months to go. Now we got 2 more months. Fortunately, the schedule is going to come out, some of it leaking out already, but I'm ready, man. I'll tell you, growing up, my favorite month of the year, September. Fall start to come, leaves start to change. Football's back. You're getting close to basketball as well.
World Series approaching.
World Series. August is a dreadful month. Like, college football hasn't started yet. NFL is preseason. Awful games. Like, nobody's playing their studs, really. And so August, to me, this is the month I'm just trying to get through.
That's it. You're disappointed because Brock Purdy didn't play. That's
a little bit. He should man up. He should man up and get out. No, I watched that Niners game, and it was dreadful, man. It really was. And on both sides of the ball, because you had guys that when it's time to win, when the regular season comes, maybe Mason gets a couple of carries here and there, like a lot of the defensive line, was, shattered, like guys we won't see. And so it was a little disappointing, man.
Mm-hmm. I do want to say congratulations to the mayor of the city of Trees. I know Jay's got a lot going on. I congratulate Jay for his role in bringing Topgolf to Sacramento. I know he's going to say, I had nothing to do with that, but we know what we know.
No, I
Jay.
did have something to do with that. I'm claiming that.
Jay, you can't do that, bro.
How can I not?
Because my people out in Rockland and Roseville will already say we got Topgolf in the Sacramento
that's not
region.
Sacramento confines. You're in a whole different county.
That's being disrespectful, county, Jay. You're saying, bringing it to Sacramento.
We are.
Dog, I go to Topgolf once a month.
Well,
I'm always out there.
No one told you to go. Look, if you want to go to Placer County to do what you need to do, then more power to you. That's like Wheatland, Hard Rock. Go ahead.
No, you call it.
No problem.
You call Rockland and Roseville Wheatland. It's another half hour to drive to go before you.
I'm just saying.
That's disrespectful.
Does Topgolf say anywhere near Sacramento?
When you go to the Topgolf site, let me look it up right now. I believe it's Topgolf Sacramento.
Perpetrating
is how they
we need to get them on the phone because they've been
they call it Roseville.
Nothing against Topgolf Roseville. It's a great place, but Jay's actually brought one to the confines within the parameter of the city.
Now you ain't got to go to Placer.
Yes.
You can come to Sacramento County.
Yes.
And come to Topgolf.
So me living in Folsom, which one am I going to?
You should be coming into Thomas.
That's a longer drive, Jay. That's 30 minutes.
Well, listen here, man.
I live in Sacramento.
You living in El Dorado Hills and all
I live
that.
in Sacramento County, big fella.
You do.
Folsom, Sacramento County. I'm part of Sac. But we've been going to Topgolf for years.
So which way do you go to Topgolf?
No, I cut over the back way. I go
Sierra?
No, not Sierra. You go
Hazel. What you going? What you doing?
Nah, you cut over by Sierra, but you go Douglas Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
Then you hit 80 go up
that's
one
too
exit.
Far. That's a full circle. Closer than the Thomas. Which one's going to be more crowded? The Thomas.
Exactly. That's why I won't go there. You know, I can't be in crowds, big fella. I just can't do it.
Well, anyway,
that's
congrats
cold
to
blood.
you, Jay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know you've
Nice
probably
work.
been working on that for a long time.
You're repping for Sacramento proper. You know what I mean? All the suburban people. Jay's like, we don't. You guys don't need.
No, I got love for you. I'm just saying.
That's
Top
in your
golf.
backyard.
Yeah,
right?
that's right around the corner. I might get a membership now. I might become a golfer all of a sudden.
Wow.
Where's it going to be at? Right by the Costco? The new Costco?
I can't disclose that information yet,
right.
especially to a person who still wants to go to Placer County. I'll give you breaking news here in about an hour or so when we break this news.
All right.
So something else to look forward to today. The gold medal basketball over the weekend was tremendous, right? Men's, women's. It was sensational. It was unforgettable. I know like you guys, like everybody listening, we're basketball fans. That's what I'm going to remember more about these Olympics than anything else is the 2 gold medal games.
The 2 gold medal games and, Serbia, USA.
Yes.
Even that was a great game. You're right, man. Just, upper level, high level basketball. And for Team USA to prevail and Steph Curry to put on the show like he did. I don't know about you guys. I'm watching that gold medal game the other day, Steph Curry and him. Steph was awful for most of the game. Turning the ball over, misses shots, bad defensive assignments. But his flair for the dramatic may be unmatched since like a Michael Jordan. Like his ability to sense a big moment, a big shot. I mean, you got a group of Durant, LeBron, Booker, all these greats on the floor, and they all deferred to Steph Curry the last 2.5 minutes. It was truly tremendous.
Yeah. When he takes over the game, says, all right, we're going to run the weak side pick and roll, me and Bron.
Yep.
And Steve Kerr's like, okay.
All right.
But you're right. Prior to that, and even just prior to that, before he started making those shots, he had one of the worst turnovers you'll ever see.
Yes.
Where I think the announcers, they said, oh, what a great play by Collette or whoever it was, the French guy. It was like Steph Curry threw the ball right to a French player. That's always been his weakness, going back to Davidson, little loose with the ball.
Yeah, and I turned to my son, Nick. We were watching together. I'm like, Steve Kerr got to get Steph out the game. You got to pull this guy. And he pulled him, but then he brought him back. And then, Chef Curry reappeared. It was funny. Did you see Anthony Edwards afterwards, him and Steph sitting together? And he's like, man, thank God Steph finally showed up to the Olympics because he was missing the last, 3 or 4 games or whatever it was. Man, that was tremendous. And then how about the women, man? The women's game, I was nervous throughout that one. They didn't play well at all. Turnovers galore. But somehow they found a way, sort of similar to the men. They made enough plays to get it done. It was impressive, Les.
I've never seen that before where they're reviewing it, but the player takes the last shot, knows that it was a 2. And she's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
We all knew, right?
The whole world knew, right?
Hear,
Except, right.
Oh, no, I was a 2.
I saw it, too. As soon as it happened. First of all, I thought, why is the girl passing it to the other girl? Like, clock is winding down. And then as soon as she shot it, you could just see her foot was on the line. And, man, USA dodged one there because the women's team did not play well at all. It wasn't. Even Asia Wilson, who, put up, I think, a double-double, 20-10 double-double, in terms of shooting percentage, she was awful. I mean, but once again, USA victorious, man, bringing home the gold.
Great tournament just for the game of basketball, too. I know here we are all excited because USA won, but it was a great showcase for the game globally.
It was. And if you're a fan of basketball, you want it to grow around the world, I'm pretty safe in saying this is the best basketball we've ever seen in the history of the sport. I'm talking about on a global scale. I mean, I'm watching Serbia. I'm watching France, and this isn't a dream team knock or anything, but where it's come from 92 to now, like France, that team that we showed the other day and the moves Wemby made, they didn't have guys like that back in 92. And it seems like every country now, even South Sudan, has guys that can dribble, shoot, handle the rock, which we couldn't say, 30 years ago.
What do you think of Bogey doing the Carmelo thing?
So disrespectful. I'm like, dude, stay in your lane, know your crowd, know your audience. And it was cool, man. It was I guess him and Carmelo dapped up afterwards and everything like that. But at the time, I'm like, this dude is talking trash.
Like, wait, what?
Like, I knew Melo wanted to just hop right in there. Like, give me a uniform. I'm ready to go in. So disrespectful. But, he showed up, man. It was nice to see.
I thought he was upset when they lost, but then after the Americans won the gold medal game, I mean, Wemby was in tears. He was crying.
Yeah, and here's the thing. And Jay, you need to make amends, atone for what you said about Wemby last week. He was ripping Wemby last week. He was ripping.
13-9. He was putting up prior to that gold championship game.
How'd he look the other day, though?
I mean, he's 1 for 7. I mean, look, we all look good. Sun shines on the dog's tail.
He sure loves that 3-pointer, doesn't he?
Yeah, he likes putting it up. Right. You're 7'5" or whatever it is. Come on, dude. But no, it was a great Olympics, I thought. I thought at the beginning of the Olympics, remember I came on during one of our shows, I couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
But I had to settle into a routine. I had to settle into a schedule. I was like, all right, in the morning, this is on. I got the Xfinity voice command, just say Olympics. Then it shows whichever sport you can, and I was like looking for basketball. And then I finally found it the second week. I thought it was a great Olympics, man.
Why didn't Rudy Gobert play more? That's up next when we come right back. Drive Guys, as we continue basking in the afterglow of Olympic gold, basketball gold from the USA on Sacktown Sports.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
With Progressive, you get more than savings. You get access to us through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
Oh, I see what you're doing here, Jamie. Giving me all these ways to stay in touch so I have no excuse not to. Well, you're in luck, because this guy's in the market for a new BFF.
Actually, all our customers can contact us this way.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
But I am always up for Taco Pizza! Jigsaw!
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Here you go on the chat. Actually, this is on the text line, pardon me. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. From the 279, they have a different police, Placer County, and they have different garbage trucks. Roseville and Rockland, this is all in caps, are not Sacramento. I think we pretty much decided that, right? We determined that.
Nah, I don't think we did. I don't think we did, because if you go on vacation, let's say you go to Hawaii.
Yeah.
Don't nobody know where I know where you're going.
And somebody asks you, where you from?
What
are you saying, Whitey? If you live in Rockland.
If I live in
I'm from Rockland, California. No, you say I'm from Sac.
No, I'm from Vallejo. When I was younger and you'd be somewhere, I wouldn't say I was from the Bay Area or San Francisco.
But that's a good 45 minutes to, and it's well, some people would actually say San Francisco. They would say the Bay Area. Would they say the Bay Area?
Sure, and that'd be accurate. Yeah.
That's more.
So you can say the Sacramento area, the Valley.
Yeah, right. You don't say, no, I'm from Roseville. I'm from Folsom.
Because nobody knows those places.
No, exactly.
Those places are suburbs. They're newly created. Johnny-come-lately's been around for 20 years.
See, that's the problem, Jay.
No, that ain't the problem.
You're trying to divide Northern California. That's
I'm not.
Messed up. I like to think we're, from Rockland, Roseville, I'm going to include Granite Bay, Folsom. I'm going all around. I consider that the Sacramento region.
It is the Sacramento region. But I'm just saying for this argument in itself, if we're being, crossing our T's and dotting our I's, they're a different county. They're a different city. They got their own mayor. Like all those different things, they're not Sacramento. If that's the case, then we need to get people who are born and raised in Elk Grove, born and raised in Roseville, and get an understanding why they have their own mayor and all that type of stuff. Yeah, I'm not saying they're not Sacramento. You are, but I'm just saying we're bringing Topgolf to Sacramento. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Ward says, I say I'm from Sacramento. Then when they seem to know what that is, I claim Roseville. And Brandon says, I was born center court at Old Arco. So
center court.
There you go.
Yeah.
And let me put this out there, because I see where Drapes is trying to go here. Drapes is trying to separate the city of trees. What are all the city of trees? Rockland, Lincoln, all that. If you want to kick up the Loomis, we accept you. No problem. We got love for you.
So Folsom, am I good?
Absolutely.
Am I good?
Yeah,
Okay,
of course.
just
Folsom
making
is
sure.
Sacramento.
Okay, just
absolutely.
making sure.
City
All
of
right.
Trees has branches that reach throughout.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Very
And
much.
shade and protect them all.
So then how would you like me to say it? Top Golf is coming to Midtown?
No.
Closer to Midtown? What do you want me to say?
Our second Sacramento location. Our second Sacramento, like,
that don't sound
no,
the same,
this ain't breaking news. Let me see.
This is
and I know I'm looking at CBS 13's website.
South Natomas,
Sacramento's first Top Golf
There it
venue.
is.
South Natomas, baby.
Come on, man. Come on now. That's
Location to be
disrespectful.
revealed at a later date.
I would love to know what people really think. Like, is that disrespectful to the Rockland, Roseville,
It's just a fact.
Granite
It's
Bay
just a
area?
geographical
I mean,
fact.
but it's we're talking semantics here. You know what I mean? It's like the San Francisco 49ers. Actually, should they be called the Santa Clara 49ers?
They
You see what I
probably
mean?
should.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's the kind of
But that's
thing I'm
completely
talking about.
different, man. Like that's a whole hour in traffic and all. I mean, that's
That's
a
the
whole
whole
different
thing of when you're
lifestyle.
watching a game, a national game at Levi's, and I feel badly for the people around the country because then they show like Fisherman's Wharf and stuff. So some of those people come to a game at Levi's, they're like, right after the game, we'll go get
Right,
something to eat.
right.
We'll
And then
take
you
a cable
realize,
car
right.
to Fisherman's Wharf. It's like, no, you won't.
Nah, you got to plan a separate day for that, right?
Yeah.
That's a brand. Like the 49ers kept that as a brand. The ownership, they kept it as San Francisco 49ers. It's a brand.
Yeah. Teams didn't used to do that. Like the Boston Patriots. They moved to Schaefer Stadium or wherever.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're the New England
New England.
Patriots.
New
Nowadays,
England.
they just say, oh, we're still the Boston Patriots.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the 916, and I guess I touched the nerve. Maybe I'm in the minority here. Roseville and Rockland are to Sacramento as Vallejo is to Sacramento. Come on, come on.
I see where they're trying to make a statement, but I respect it.
916. Who does Drape think he is? Anyone from Sac does not consider Roseville as part of Sacramento. Dang.
You know what it is, too, fellas? And like I'll use Brandon Aiyuk as one. When you look at where Brandon Aiyuk is from, it doesn't say Sacramento. It says Rockland.
Yeah.
Right? When you look at like Teddy Bruschi, it says Roseville. So they put a separate situation to it. But I mean, it's still Sac. I hear what you're saying, Drapes. I'm just saying for this argument in itself, you come in a Sac.
So is Hard Rock Sacramento
No,
Sac?
no way.
So they should change their name then, really. It should be Hard Rock Wheatland.
Yeah, but they're
allow
smart.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
But you allow that.
Absolutely. They're smart. They have to attach to the city of trees.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. All right. You guys might have won that one. Okay.
I went to a show once. Was it Red Hot Chili Peppers or somebody? And the opening act, and it was at the amphitheater. And the opening act, I can't remember who it was. Between every song, they were complaining. And they're saying, well, you'd think the Sacramento Amphitheater would be in Sacramento. Sorry, we were late, but we
they
didn't
said that?
Yeah,
Oh.
we didn't know where it was. And it took us forever to get here. It's like, oh, that's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. Nobody cares.
Right. Ouch. Ward says, I think you have to be within like a 45-minute radius. I think that includes Rockland.
Yeah, that
I
includes
think
Rockland.
that
Rockland,
includes it.
Roseville.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
There's the suburbs of Sacramento.
Of course,
right?
of course. Yeah.
Do you guys know why Rudy Gobert didn't play more? I heard two conflicting things. I heard he hurt his finger, and I also heard that, but that's not why he didn't play. Were you surprised he didn't play more? And do you know why he didn't play more?
I wasn't surprised just because Rudy Gobert is a specialist, and I think in the Olympics, you got to have guys. You can't be one-dimensional.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If he had an offensive game, he would be out there. But he's such a liability offensively that Gershon Yabusele, Lesort, those guys made more sense because they were better two-way players. Like they could do things on both ends.
And the other thing is, as great as he is defensively, if you put him in a situation where he's got to get out of drop coverage and try to defend somebody out on the open floor, he can't do it.
Yeah. Hey,
You
we've
can
seen
play him off the floor.
Steph, play him off the floor before. And so, yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah. So what does this mean, the Olympic victory yesterday? What does it mean for the legacies of the legends involved? We had Sam Quinn on Twitter. He said, I hope this isn't the case, but we really might have seen the final championship game at any level that LeBron, Steph, or Kevin Durant ever plays in yesterday. And if it was, man, what a send-off for the 3 defining players of this generation.
It's an end of an era, because I've already seen people try to figure out who the next Olympic team will be 2028. Maybe Anthony Davis, maybe Bam, but I doubt Steph, KD, or LeBron at their age will be there. It is sad, man. It is sad. It's almost like, if Jordan was the same age as Magic and Bird, all 3 of them going out at once. And it is sad, man. And I don't know about you, but I'm watching Team USA. I'm watching the theatrics of Steph Curry, and I'm pulling for Steph Curry. Like, this is the one time where I'm like, yeah, Steph, me and my son are going great. And that's what the Olympics does. You forget about the Warriors-Kings rivalry, the Lakers-Kings rivalry. You cheer for Team USA. It'll be like that in 2028, but the supposed roster that people are talking about, they don't carry the same weight as those 3 guys did.
No, and I thought it was really cool. Not unexpected, but still cool the way everybody on the bench was really pulling for everybody else.
Right.
Those guys, during the season, they're trying to destroy each other. But during the Olympics, they were all in.
Yeah, and Kevin Durant talked about it after, I think it might have been the Serbia game, just the realization that this is the last time this group will be together. And I'm watching ESPN, and they're trying to make topics out of, might we see Katie and Steph again together, or maybe LeBron, in all likelihood, not. And I think, as basketball fans, we've been clamoring to see LeBron and Steph together and see how that could work. It was magical this last 2 weeks over in the Olympics, and I'll miss it, man. I've always said we'll miss LeBron when he leaves, but we'll miss Steph also. And we'll miss KD too. We'll miss these 3 guys.
Yeah. My wife, who's a Warrior fan, she was saying last night, boy, it's going to be weird watching the Warriors without Clay. And I said, just what you said. I said, pretty soon it's going to be the Warriors without Steph.
Without
one way
Steph,
or the other.
right?
Yeah.
Let's think about it. How many more years? 4 more years, maybe 5 max? It's crazy. And, we've all lived through it, the end of an era, Jordan, Magic, Bird, all those guys. But for me and for my son, who's 15, his whole life, LeBron's been there. Most of his life that he remembers, Steph has been there. KD has been there. Yeah. This will be the first group that retires, and it'll really hit him.
Wasn't it great just seeing him, for the most part, play point guard again? It was really cool. LeBron.
LeBron. Oh, yeah. He was the maestro. He was the maestro out there. And you just forget how he can impact the game without scoring. You know what I mean? And how good he can be with capable players around him. No offense to the Lakers, but they're rolling out some bums. You put LeBron, like that one pass he made, was it to Booker when he went behind the back?
Traffic
that was one of the best passes I have ever seen, man. And that was Magic Johnson-esque.
Threading the needle.
Yeah, threading the needle. And the announcers, D-Wade and Noah Igor, like, what made him think to even try that, And so, no, you're right, man. It's I thought it was beautiful basketball by Team USA. I thought really what we saw, too, when we talk about KD, LeBron, and Steph, we saw them at the best at what they do, meaning Kevin Durant, an elite scorer. That Serbia game, some of the shots he hit down the stretch, the 17, 18-footer from the elbow, money. Steph Curry taking him away with dagger threes, and LeBron filling up the stat sheet and being the playmaker. I thought they were at their best, man, this last week.
What do you make of this on the chat? Kenneth Williams, I'm ready for new heads in basketball. Last 20 years, same 3 people media talks about.
Kenneth, stop hating, man. The question is, who's going to take that mantle, right? Who's the next guy?
I understand that, but that's the thing. You don't always have someone else who just fills that void.
Yeah. Kenneth says, LeBron has played with all the greats in this era, not against. I will not miss any of them. I got to know how old Kenneth is. This sounds like some hate here. I just don't get it, man. Watching LeBron play Steph, I'm not a Steph Curry fan, but I could appreciate what we saw.
Because you're a basketball fan.
I'm a basketball fan. Exactly. You're able to appreciate greatness, and that's what we saw from those guys.
Mm-hmm. We also saw some preseason football this weekend. Eagles were victorious, right?
Yeah.
How about that? 49ers game was not much to watch, was it? Even
that second half was brutal.
Even Kyle Shanahan said it was boring. He didn't call plays. He said it was boring.
Right. He checked out early, right? He's like, I ain't going to call plays in this one.
We'll check in on what's going on around the NFL and what's up with the 49ers when NFL insider Jeff Howe joins us next on Sacktown Sports.
In a crisis, your number one need is food, because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. But if you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and has been rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. But when you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get two more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one. $58 in free food. Go to freefood1.com. That's freefood1.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood1.com now.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk out of
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Harmony, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, what's up? Kyle Draper for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV for about 6 months now, and it's still the best car driving experience that I've ever had. And I got some news for you. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton doesn't just have cars or SUVs. They also have Sprinter vans, and they have special rates starting at 4.9% APR and an $8,000 discount on over 30 vans in stock. So head on down there right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and check out their new Sprinter vans. Just a short drive right off the 5 in Stockton.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
As you probably know, we found out today when the Kings are going to be opening the season and who they're going to be opening against. We have that coming up here at Drive Guys. So good to be back with you, Kyle Draper. Hawaii. Let's talk football. Let's talk preseason football.
Glad to have you back, man. I was about to say, man, you could do the show. I'll take your spot in Hawaii. I'll head out there.
Nice enough to join us. Outstanding NFL insider from The Athletic, Jeff Howe. Jeff, welcome to the show. We appreciate it. Let's start with Jimmy G. Understand that according to what you wrote here, Jimmy G, who had a rough time here, as we all know, with the 49ers, he has found happiness as a backup with the Rams. Can it be true, Jeff?
Well, you know, he's in a different phase of his life, and he's gone through a lot the last few years. I mean, if you look at his career as a whole, I mean, just entering as Tom Brady's backup and Belichick on draft night, basically pointing to age or Tom Brady's advanced age and possibly needing a succession plan. I mean, no pressure there, kid. But then as he kind of grew up, you look at the way things really spiraled a little bit, if that's how you want to call it, with the 49ers. And then Trey Lance, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? All that other stuff. And then he goes to the Raiders, and he comes in after foot surgery, and that was a difficult recovery. And then he gets benched on the same day that Josh McDaniels and his Patriots connections are all fired. So it's been a pretty chaotic few years for him. And the chance to, like, knowing this offseason, he was not going to find a starting job or a guaranteed starting job. So it's like, hey, let's go to one of the best offenses in the league. Let's recalibrate for a year and kind of reset expectations and take it from there. So there's some peace of mind to be had with that.
Jeff, it's your boy Drapes, man. Kyle Draper, thanks for jumping on with us. How you been, man? Good to have you on.
Hey, it's good to be had. So I appreciate you guys bringing me on once again.
Hey, Jeff, what rookie quarterback stood out to you this first week of preseason action? Anybody you had your eye on?
Preseason-wise, not in particular, but I did stop in Chicago a couple weeks ago, I think it was, and I saw Caleb Williams. And that, there's obviously still very much a work in progress going on at that stage of training camp. I mean, they probably only had 4 or 5 padded practices. So the speed of it is still going to be a little tough, and the consistency is going to wear on him. But he made 2 or 3 throws in that practice. I mean, one on a deep ball to DJ Moore. It was the day Moore signed his $110 million extension. A couple throws that were really nice to Adunze in the back of the end zone. I mean, those 2 look like they could really light up the league. And you just look at the amount of help that he has around him. They need that offensive line to be better. And I'm sure Caleb Williams is going to have some inconsistency issues, as you would expect from any young or rookie quarterback. But, man, there were enough wow moments that day that you could kind of see, like, when this thing eventually clicks, he could be something special.
Jeff Howe is with us from The Athletic. And, Jeff, before we get to the 49ers, I wanted to ask you about another former 49er quarterback. I saw, and this is my fault because I didn't see this in The Athletic, but I saw 2 different reviews of Trey Lance's performance yesterday. One said, oh, he played really well and did the Cowboys a great favor. Then I saw another piece that said, he was terrible. So I don't know how did Trey Lance play, for what it's worth, in the preseason game against the Rams, and where are the Cowboys now with their all their contract situations they got to sort through?
Oh, I mean, how much time you got?
Yeah.
In terms of preseason performance, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I guess, on some of this stuff. It's easy for the guys on the ground. I'm sure I was guilty of it too. I mean, you have a series of takeaways and you feel pretty strongly about them, and sometimes it leads you in one way and sometimes it leads you in the other, and you can be sitting next to the same person who's watching the exact same thing as you. So
yeah.
I don't know where the disparity lies in there. I know in terms of Trey Lance's place on the depth chart, I mean, right now he's pretty firmly the number 3 guy. Cooper Rush has a very good handle of their offense. They love that about him. And of course, when if you ever need to have an emergency backup situation, whether it's 1 start, 2 starts with something on the short-term side, or even if, you just need an emergency succession plan and you're trying to figure things out on the fly in the middle of the season, you want somebody who can come in and really know the offense and to kind of keep everybody else just kind of operating at least on schedule. And then if that thing tapers off and you want to go to the high upside guy, depending on how your team is doing it at that point in the season, then maybe they look at somebody like Trey Lance. But right now, it's all about making sure that they need to know whether or not Trey Lance has a spot on the 53-man roster, or if the practice squad is ideal for him. I know they like the idea of carrying 2 quarterbacks, and anytime you can get away with that, teams are going to enjoy that luxury if possible. But just in terms of the contract, the contractual structure that the Cowboys are dealing with, there's a lot to go off of. I mean, Micah Parsons is firmly in the backseat right now. He's the number 3 guy, which is understandable. He's got some term left, and he's still, next year is the 5th-year option. So they've still got some time on some relatively cheap money with him. So that's why he's on the back burner. And to my understanding, he understands that. Dak is the priority, but that's just such a complicated deal. And you can look at, I can't remember if it's 26 or 29. I think it's $26 million in cash that he's making this year, but the $55 million cap hit, and that leaves $29 million in dead money. So if you reach the extension right now, you still need to carry that $29 million in dead money on the books through the duration of the deal. So trying to figure out how to structure that is important while trying to make sure the player is happy. And when you're talking north of $55 million a year, there's a lot going on there too. And oh, by the way, their star receiver still isn't in camp. And, I've gotten a sense that there's been some progress with CeeDee Lamb. Excuse me. I got some sense that there's progress with that one, but I'm not ready to drive it over the goal line yet. I think one advantage that I think all sides have there, because he's on the rookie deal, those $40,000 daily fines can be relieved, and I would expect that to happen once he's able to report. But he's not reporting without a new deal.
Our guy Jeff Howe joining the drive, guys. Jeff, let's get to the 49ers. What do you make of this Brandon Aiyuk situation? Is it a game of chicken right now where, both sides are seeing which one blinks first?
Yeah, pretty much, because both sides have varying degrees of leverage. And those are always the fascinating stalemates, because you've got one side that says, well, if I just hold on a little bit longer, my price is going to go up. And you've got the other side saying, well, we're pretty darn good without you. So not saying I want to just move on from him with nothing, but there's a lot going on here. You talk about the guaranteed money that would involve putting that into escrow when you've got a lot of guaranteed money tied up in other contracts. That's a bit of a hurdle. You're talking about the inflated wide receiver number, pointed to Amon St. Brown, another wide receiver or two whose name I'm kind of blanking on here, whose deals kind of, we always looked at Tyreek and A.J. Brown and certainly Justin Jefferson and that number at 30. But I think what complicated things with somebody like Aiyuk is that second tier. Like all of a sudden the second tier receiver was going from like 18 to let's say 22 million. Now that second tier is between like 25 and 30. So that really heightened Aiyuk's market. I think at this point, my read on the situation, and I want to preface this by saying it's extremely fluid and things have changed quickly, and I wouldn't be shocked if they do again. I really think it's down to the 49ers and the Steelers. And Aiyuk knows how good he has it with San Francisco. We saw, the actions with not wanting to go to New England despite a chance to be one of the several highest paid wide receivers in league history, which tells me that it's not just about money. He wants to go to a good, solid situation, an offense that has proven its worth. And, he doesn't want to just sign this big deal, go agree to a trade, and then kind of just fall off the radar because that offense just isn't where it needs to be or where the 49ers' current offense is. So Aiyuk's in a good spot where he can choose to be patient, play out the season with the 49ers on the current price tag, which obviously he won't like. But a year from now, if things kind of stay where they are, the 49ers could move on from Devo a little more easily. That means they could have more money to pay Aiyuk. Or a year from now, Aiyuk winds up going into the open market, and he probably becomes one of the 3 highest paid wide receivers in league history. Or the Steelers could bite, and they could say, hey, here's a second-round pick or a second plus whatever, and still offer him 30 plus. And if they get to that point, then I think you probably see a deal materialize. But this has been a complicated one from the jump.
Jeff Howe with us from The Athletic. Jeff, we know that Kyle Shanahan has come so close to winning a Super Bowl. If you include his time with the Falcons, 3 times he's come so close, hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. Would you say, if these are your choices, would you say ball hasn't bounced his way, or he's just run into Mahomes or Brady? Or do you think maybe there's a lesson about winning a Super Bowl that he as a coach has not learned yet?
Well, I think he certainly had not learned that lesson in 2016 with the Falcons, and running into a guy like Tom Brady in that organization where they were at, just so many elite players. I know 28-3 and all that other stuff, but the Patriots still left you very little room for error. And I guess a 25-point lead is not enough room for error. But the last couple times with the Niners, I mean, yeah, you could point to the decision with the kickoff at overtime, the rules and maybe not having the best strategy beforehand for sure. You look at the first one with the 49ers with was it Garoppolo, that deep interception downfield, I believe it was. That's a little bit of a player error, but a play or two here decides a lot of these Super Bowls. And Shanahan right now, that one or two plays has gone against him so far. So, yeah, I mean, Andy Reid had some issues like that he had to get over, and now that he has, it's been a snowball effect. That certainly happened. I mean, look at LeBron had to take his lumps before he was able to really get to a point of greatness. I mean, this stuff happens across all sports, whether it's a player, a coach, what have you. And I mean, I still think Shanahan is as good of a coach as there is in terms of a proven track record or resume. He's still missing that key component. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a break that you give away yourself. Sometimes it's a break that you just don't get because the play doesn't work out the way that you drew it up. But yeah, I mean, I certainly see why there's pressure on him to get over that hump. And I'm sure nobody's putting more of it on him than himself.
Jeff Howe joining us. Jeff, give me a surprise team. Give me an under-of-the-radar kind of team in the NFL this year.
And before you answer, Jeff, you should know that I think Washington is getting the most.
Yeah, Washington is getting a lot of love out there.
Experts, Washington is getting the most love so far.
Interesting. I'll go. I don't know if you've gotten this one. I'll go Arizona.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not ready to put my job on the line that they're going to make the playoffs or anything like that. But that's a team that is extremely well coached. Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing opened a lot of eyes last year. They love the scheme. Monty Austinfort is doing a really good job building up the offense around Kyler Murray. The roster around Kyler Murray. And there are people in the NFC who are like, oh my goodness, Arizona's coming. And it may not be this year, but if they are able to build off of what they put on tape last year and they're able to keep Petzing for at least another year, that's a team that if they don't make a push in 24, that's a team that could make some noise. Maybe like the Lions a couple of years ago where they make a late run and they give a lot of so-called power teams some headaches. They make that late push and it's like, oh, are they going to get to 9-8 and maybe knock off a quote-unquote more talented team before they're able to kind of really learn how to win on the bigger stage. But I've heard a lot of love for Arizona so far.
Well, Jeff, we asked you for a surprise team, and that would be a surprise.
You're the first one to mention him.
We appreciate that. Jeff Howe, make sure you
delivered for you.
Yes, absolutely. We appreciate it, Jeff. Enjoy your week. Hope to talk to you again soon.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate you having me.
Mm-hmm. When we come back, we have a date, venue, and opponent for the Kings opener. What does it all mean next? Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question.
Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? You were a bit surprised at how much it cost, or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, with the A's starting rotation in flux for much of the year, left-hander J.P. Sears has been a constant. In fact, he hasn't missed a start going back to the beginning of last year. And when he beat the White Sox to begin the A's most recent homestand, that meant the A's had won 6 of his previous 7 starts. And during those 6 wins, his ERA was 1.73.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV and price subject to change.
Justice League.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Kyle Draper, what is your professional TV broadcaster opinion of the job Malika Andrews did today?
She did a heck of a job, man. It was, arguably the best job I've seen her did on anything.
She was interviewing Rebecca Lobo remotely, and then Earthquake hit, right? The ESPN studios.
Yeah, and she was calm, cool, and collected, much better than I would be. I'm telling you, if that happened to me, your boy would be, I'd be like, what the? And so, man, watching her, it was like, you almost didn't know what was happening. Like you didn't, the way she downplayed it to an extent, and everything's going to be calm.
Yeah, it was an earthquake right now, and the lights in her studio are shaking. And we apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you, Rebecca Lobo.
Unbelievable.
She's from the Bay. She's probably been in an earthquake. Yeah.
I've never felt an earthquake, knock on wood, and I'm glad I haven't. But I've been, in LA, up here, Bay, and I wake up the next day, everybody's like, "Did you feel that earth?" I'm like, "Nah, I had no idea." And so it's that's the first one I've looked at and like, damn, that's really an earthquake. And I have never felt one, though.
Don't get too many up here, right, Jay? I mean, I think when we had the one at the World Series in '89, I think that was felt up here, I believe. That was a big one.
Yeah, they're like minor around here. Yeah. You might feel just a pinch a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We were, this was before you guys were in the slot. The show before you, Rami and Cattles, we had an earthquake on air here.
Yeah, on air here.
Yeah,
really?
Shook the building and everything.
Uh-huh.
And you could tell they weren't from here. They were from East Coast and Midwest.
Where
like, oh no, what is this? And I'm just like,
yeah.
I'm like, this is earthquake.
Mm-hmm. Relax, fellas.
It'll be all right. Just give it a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly earth-shaking today, but it was good to finally find out the Kings' date for their opener, who they're playing. They're going to be at home on October 24th when the Kings open the next season against the Minnesota Timberwolves. What do you make of that?
Yeah, how about that? And I believe that won't be the opener for the Timberwolves.
They play on the 22nd.
Right, the 22nd, yeah.
The opening night for the league, October 22nd. There's 2 games, and you're right. Boston versus the Knicks and Minnesota visiting the Lakers.
Right, exactly. So they open up with 2 straight road games.
Yeah.
So we should be able to catch them, and that's a good opening night because I'm expecting my boy Malik Monk to go off for like 30. pissed off at Nas Reed.
He owns Minnesota.
Yeah, he owns Minnesota. He owes them one. And so that's a good opponent. I'm glad it's not the Warriors. We have been there, done that. That ship has sailed. Glad it's not the Lakers. I wouldn't mind seeing the Pelicans opening night because you talk about a team we owe. We owe them one. But Minnesota, that's a good test right from the jump.
Drapes, I could be wrong, but I thought that when we talked about who the Kings were going to open against, I thought you said Minnesota.
Did I say? I might have said New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
I might have. Yeah,
I was saying Lakers because then Bronny opening against the Kings. Blah blah blah. I thought you said Minnesota. It's one of the first things I thought of today. But.
Yeah, I don't want to take credit. If it's not earned, and so I might have said New Orleans just because the Pelicans whipped our butt so much. But I'll take Minnesota, man. Minnesota, and it'll be our chance to look at Rob Dillingham, also the talented young rookie. I think there's going to be a lot of pizzazz. And when you look at the Western Conference, Minnesota's a team we're going to be vying for a top 4 spot with. And so you open up at home with a win. Let's go.
Don't you think that speaks to the growing reputation of Anthony Edwards, too? They have a Christmas game, too, I think. So the powers that be are looking at the league and looking for the next big faces, and I think, of the league, and they see him as one, certainly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, he's one of the young marketable faces. You saw Adidas gave him, some gold colored shoes for winning the Olympic gold medal.
Never even been to the finals. Well,
right, never. All right, Noah Lyles Jr. over here, hating on him like Noah Lyles out here. But no, he's the next big thing. We've always talked about who's the face of the NBA after this big three leaves. And, Ant-Man has everything. He has the pizzazz, the charisma, the game. He just needs the postseason success. Once he has that, it's going to be hard to stop him.
And one of the things he has is that he seems like he's having so much fun when he plays.
Yeah. And the thing about him too, Whitey, not only is he having fun, but he's also talking trash to Durant. He's not backing down, has a chip on his shoulder. A lot of things that he does, other players wouldn't get away with it. Like, for instance, right before the Olympics, talking about they got to fit in with me. And if LeBron said that, how crazy, but because it's just Ant being Ant, and I mentioned before, he's my son's favorite player. He's just an exciting young player that I think, you look at a guy like Devin Booker, for instance, and I'm a huge Devin Booker fan. Devin Booker is the man, but he doesn't have the swagger, the chip on his shoulder quite like Anthony Edwards. And so this guy is the next face of the NBA, along with a guy like Wemby, I think, is going to be there as well, too.
Devin Booker, to me, was very impressive. The way he was able to figure out how to fit in and say, all right, I'm with these other guys, and they're going to do more than I'm going to do, but that's all right. I still am going to do some things that our team needs.
He understood his role.
Yeah.
And the fact that he, is a guy that can get 25, 30 points per game, played solid defense, hit the big shots when needed, hit his threes, didn't try to get in his bag or go 1-on-5 or anything like that. I thought he was the perfect complementary player for Team USA because, in a team full of egos and rightfully so. I mean, these guys are the man on each of their teams. For him to sacrifice the way he did, play the way he did, compliment the other guys the way he did, that was impressive to see.
Jay had an interesting question, as he typically does before the show today when we were throwing things around. A lot of people today are talking about the next Olympic team, who's going to be on it. And, of course, who knows, but it can be fun to talk about. Is De'Aaron Fox still on an Olympic path? What does he have to do? If not, what does he have to do to get back on that path? It's a long ways off.
Long ways
off.
off.
That can happen.
I don't know. That's a good question because here he is, 26. He'll be what, 30 when the next Olympics come? I think that ship might have sailed, and here's why. Unless he plays in the World Championships in a couple of years, then maybe it'll happen for him. But I think with so much young talent coming through, I think De'Aaron's going to have to, step it up on the biggest of stages, maybe win a champion. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Something like that, because let's keep it real. There's a lot of point guards in the league right now that are deserving. De'Aaron's one of them. But John Morant, when healthy, he's one as well. And so I don't know if – and De'Aaron hasn't seemed like the type that is even interested in doing it. He's not putting himself out there. He wasn't part of the select team this year, didn't play in the World Championships last year.
And that's fine.
It's it would be nice to see a Sacramento King. Think about this, Whitey, and I saw, some of the tweets out there. Look at all the former Kings that were out there playing, even though Tyrese didn't get a whole lot of minutes. But Bogdanovich, we talked about as well. And it's like, darn, wouldn't it be nice if one of our guys was on that big stage? And I also believe being part of Team USA, if you win a gold medal, you come back with a certain type of swagger, confidence that I think could help De'Aaron. Not that he's not confident, but then it would boost him into that upper echelon category.
Could happen. There's still time for it to happen. Doesn't seem like he's on that particular path right now, though. I'll tell you, there's a lot of Kings fans, as you well know, that are so desperate in a way for the Kings to add front court depth that some people, I think, are going overboard about somebody like, Yabusele, who had
my God.
Listen, he had a nice tournament. It's like, all right, good for you. But, let's get that guy. Really? Slow down.
Dude, me and my son were watching, and I was being disrespectful to Gershon Yabusele, who I covered while he was in Boston with the Celtics. But that's not him in the NBA. He's a good player. Really refined his game, lost some weight, got in shape since he played in the NBA.
Good for you.
But the NBA game is totally different. He's more of an inside-out player, occasionally can knock down the open shot, but he's an undersized big, I think, too. And so, I've seen people say, this King's got to sign him, or, somebody needs to sign Gershon. I'm like, nah, don't be fooled by international play. Based on international play, Gershon Yabusele is the best player in France, like on the team. But we know he comes over to the NBA. Think about it. Rudy Gobert couldn't even get off the bench, but yet over here, he's a defensive player of the year. It's a different kind of game. And so you can't overreact to what we saw out there in France.
What the gold medal means for the legacies of Steph, LeBron, and KD when we come back. Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hi, Michael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento's summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
When you're ready to get properly fitted for golf clubs, join the thousands of Northern California golfers who visited the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio. Players of all abilities found the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio offers answers to questions about golf club fitting. You'll find a professional staff of fitters, major equipment brands, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan. See for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Call 916-808-2531 to schedule your fitting. 808-2531 for longer, straighter drives.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHT
WTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sacktown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Oh, what an amazing Olympic basketball weekend it was. Whose legacy grew the most in winning the gold medal? Drive guys back together. Good to be back with you. Had just a great time in Hawaii. Before we get back to the Olympic basketball, had like a borderline celebrity encounter, but I don't know if it counts because it was like,
really?
All right, so what do you guys think? Have you ever heard of the movie The Descendants? It's with George, okay. So they filmed that apparently in this bar restaurant, and we went to that bar restaurant to pick up some food one night. And there's a scene in that movie, George Clooney's talking to not Jeff Bridges, but his brother Bo Bridges. Oh, yeah. So we went to pick up food, and my wife and I go up to get the food. And coming out, I see this guy go, that's Bo Bridges. It's like, I don't know. I didn't expect to see him there, but that's him. But I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure. Because also, it's not Jeff Bridges, it's Bo Bridges. We get back to the hotel and I'm looking through my phone and Chenia says, what are you checking? I said, yeah, I think I saw Bo Bridges. She goes, oh yeah, I saw him too. So I didn't talk to her. I didn't talk to her anything. But Bo Bridges, is that a celebrity encounter?
That's a celebrity. That's a celebrity.
I didn't talk to him though either. It's just like,
you ain't even say hi. Well,
no. It was very crowded.
If it was a real celebrity, you might have actually went up and, if it was Jeff Bridges, you might have been like, oh, I'm excited.
Surrounded by people.
That's interesting. Can I tell you one of my favorite quote unquote celebrity sightings, if you will? And I don't even know if this person is a celebrity, but she was a celebrity to me. She was my celebrity, right? So I'm coming back from London. I had to drop that in there. But I'm on the plane, and before I went to London, I started watching this show, Top Boy. I don't know if anybody's seen it on Netflix. Great show. And it's based in London. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to go to London. Let me watch Top Boy, get up on the lingo, the accents, and everything like that. So I'm watching the show.
Are you going to share with us some of your English accent?
No, I can't do it. My daughter can do an amazing British. I'm going to have her call in later. Okay. You got to hear her British accent. She ain't never been to England, but she has a great one. So I'm on the plane back watching Top Boy. No, let me go back. I'm messing up the story. So we're waiting to board the plane. And then I see this blonde woman. And I'm like, man, she's cute. Like she got it going on. So I get on the plane. She sits right next to me.
Wow.
I'm like, and I'm all nervous, I'm like, man, this woman is beautiful, right? And it was like 6 a.m. flight. And so I put on Top Boy and I'm watching it. And the woman in this show, Top Boy, beautiful blonde, like beautiful blonde. And I'm like, man, she's beautiful. And then the woman next to me goes, oh, you're watching that? Top Boy, right? She's like, yeah. I said, yeah. She's like, I'm in that show. I was like, really? Who are you? And she's like, I'm so-and-so. It was the woman from the show that I was watching right there that I thought was smoking hot. She's now sitting next to me. Lisa Dwan is her name. Look her up.
Chances, the percentage of that.
Right. That's what, and I'm watching it at the same time, Jay. And
mathematically impossible.
Yeah. She might still follow me on Instagram or social media or something like that. But you talk about a celebrity encounter. That's what she's known most for, but not much else. But she was my celebrity, that's for sure.
I had something similar on a smaller scale happen on our flight. I know I shared that with you.
Oh, yeah.
We're flying over to Honolulu, and my wife says, there's a guy sitting in front of her, and he's got his tablet out on the seat in front of him, and he's watching the Drive Guys.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like you said something to him,
so,
right?
Yeah, I tapped on the shoulder. I forgot I had a mask on because of COVID and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I tap on the shoulder, and he looks at me, and I point to his phone, and he started to give me his phone. I was like, no. I said, that's, I'm on that. And he's like, oh yeah. So Peter is his name. He happened to be on the same flight coming back on Saturday.
Coming
too.
back
too? Yeah.
Did you take a
By
pic
that
with
time,
him or
like,
anything?
No, I didn't. Because but by the time we saw him Saturday, like, hey, yeah, what's up? Yeah, how was your trip? Yeah, good buddy.
That's
But
pretty cool. That's
Peter,
pretty cool.
Yeah, and he's a big Kings fan and a big 49er fan. He goes, I like it when you give Draper a hard time about the things he says about the 49ers.
Did he? Oh, man.
Shout
Get
out
this guy
Peter.
out of here. Get this guy out of here. Peter.
Yeah. So that was fun. Good to be back. Question here on the text line. What is the name of the Kings player behind Whitey? Somebody obviously watching on YouTube. This is, I guess they changed these since
Oh, yeah.
That's Jamias Ramsey. isn't it?
Jamias Ramsey. Legend.
Ramsey.
Jamias Ramsey.
Yeah.
Legend.
What happened to all the other Kings? Where'd they go?
I don't know.
Yeah,
you
we
see,
gotta do
I think
Sabonis.
Dave brought that in because
Uh-huh.
Dave was on vacation for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, he was gone a month.
Yeah, he was gone like a month. And I wonder if he actually took vacation or not, because I'm like, man, that dude is gone
He went
for a minute.
Speaking of England, he went across the pond.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
He did a European vacation, Chevy Chase out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So thanks for being with us today. We appreciate it very much. Whose legacy grew the most, benefited the most from the Olympic gold medal win?
That's a great question, man, because I think everybody, Steph, LeBron, KD, like their legacies were already cemented. You know, they were already, the game's greats, among the game's greats. If I had to name a person, I would probably say Steph.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, just because KD did what he does, LeBron did what he does, but the one thing missing from Steph's career had been an Olympic gold medal. This his first Olympics, and the signature shots that he hit down the stretch. I mean, he reminded everybody who he is, and it was tremendous to see.
Yeah, to me, I know Kevin Durant, he became the all-time leading scorer,
Yeah.
right, for
Yeah.
USA, and
Yep.
winning another gold medal, which is obviously not nothing. To me, that's almost a separate category than the NBA. It's just the way I look at it. And LeBron also getting another gold medal, and that's nice. But when you're talking about the greatest of all time, does what you do in the Olympics really matter? It doesn't matter that much to me. But
Yeah.
to your point, Steph, winning one, which he hadn't done before, but the way he did it,
right?
Like taking the game, because that's one of the things that when people used to criticize him, they used to say he's good, but he can't do that.
Right.
And he did it against Boston in the finals.
Yeah.
And he did it yesterday. I keep saying yesterday because I saw it
Yeah.
last night, but he did it in the
Saturday
gold medal
in the
game.
gold medal.
With the game on the line, he took over the game.
Yeah, and the flair for the dramatic, it reminds me, was it OKC they were playing where he pulled up basically from half court and the Mike Breen signature bang? Like, this dude just has a way, even against the Sacramento Kings in Game 7, some of the shots he made, he has a way of ripping out the hearts of the opponent. LeBron can have game winners, KD game winners, but the way Steph does it, and people are saying that 4-3 that he made late in the game over 2 defenders was the greatest shot in Olympic history.
He had Kevin Durant
wide open
and LeBron
wide open.
and he still found a way because he doesn't need much space
Yeah.
because he shoots the ball so high.
And
That
when
was
he
incredible.
when he got it back and got doubled, Whitey, I'm like, dude, what are you
Yes,
doing?
yes.
Give up the rock,
Yeah.
And he hit it. and
Who
I'm
was
like,
it? Was it Bam said the same thing? It might have been somebody on the team
Yeah.
said the same thing. What was he doing? I didn't know. Then I realized, oh yeah, okay, that's what he does.
That was an amazing shot. The form, falling off balance, didn't get his feet set and everything. It was a heave. That's what it was. And it was all net. And only Steph could do something like that. There's not another player in the game. Maybe Dame at his best, but nobody else can pull it off the way Steph does.
Yeah, and as you pointed out earlier, and you were right on the money, he hadn't really been playing that well.
Right. He had some of the turnovers he had. It was just like,
terrible.
what are you doing, man? And I know he was Steve Kerr's guy, but I'm like, Steve, you got to pull him out. You got to pull him out. But that's the thing, and I've been saying this to my son as we watch. The thing about NBA players, and especially the greats, they actually thrive in the tight settings when the game is close, when the crowd is against you, when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. Like, they rise to the occasion. A lot of people pucker, butts get tight, and they're afraid of the moment. When you got all-time greats like KD, LeBron, and Steph Curry, those are the moments they live for. And we saw it with those guys last week.
I hadn't thought of that. So you're saying I hadn't thought of this. That's a really interesting point. Maybe they benefited from playing basically in a hostile arena.
I think so. I like when you look at it, Whitey, like I think their ability to lock in is at a different level. Like, and when you talk, and it's like Joe Montana as a quarterback, Tom Brady, 2-minute drills, Patrick Mahomes, their ability when all hell is breaking loose, it looks like there's no way you're going to win. Just their focus in that minute where they lock in is greater than everybody else's. And so when you got 3 of the top 15, 20 players in the world of all time, we've seen Durant hit big shots down the stretch, LeBron and Steph Curry. I mean, their level of focus late in games is just too much, man.
Durant looked like younger Durant again to me. It's like, and I know the competition wasn't quite as fierce, but he's unstoppable when he's making some of those shots and so effortless.
The one against Serbia that I mentioned, a 17-footer elbow, and I'm like, that's a bad shot. But he made it look so easy. And let me ask you, though, as a guy that covered the Warriors, during their heyday, during their championship runs, how did it make you feel seeing Steph and KD together again? Like, it gave me a certain kind of feeling.
Yeah, it just, to me, it's just makes me shake my head. Not that I care, but it's just, I don't know why Durant left. Because they could have won, I think either one or both of their moms were talking about this on some podcast.
Yeah.
And one of them said, they'd have 20 championships by now. Obviously, they wouldn't have that many, but they would have won every year. I don't know what it was that he, he's always looking for something.
Right. I mean, at the time, they're 2 of the top 5 players in the world on one team.
And when they were on the same team, there was no question Durant was better than Curry.
Yeah. You're talking 2 of the top 3 or 4 players in the world on a single team. And you talk about dynasties and things like that. I mean, if they would have stayed together, they could have won 4 or 5 more championships. And like you said, Durant to me seems like a tortured poet almost. Like that's all, like you said, always looking for something, never satisfied wherever he's at.
And it's too bad. When we come back, this is too bad. Injury issues already hitting the 49ers hard. It's next on Sacktown Sports.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits, and if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Well, the 49ers preseason opener was very uneventful. They lose the game to the Tennessee Titans. Nobody played, that is, none of the regulars played much, if at all. A couple of the younger players did well, but Kyle Draper says, and Kyle Shanahan said the same thing. Boring game, man. It was, it was, I don't know what I was hoping, what I was looking for, but there wasn't much pizzazz, much sizzle. A couple of, defensive plays, guys flying around, I thought were impressive. But for the most part, I'm not taking much away from week 1 of the preseason with the Niners. Any encouraging signs, Jay? Dominic Pooty played well.
Yeah, him and Mike Mustafa played fantastic.
Yeah,
I think, and this is something that the 49ers, and we'll talk about this as the season progresses and preseason. With Talanoa Hufanga coming back from injury, an all-pro guy, Jair Brown, of course, their 3rd-round draft pick last year, Mike Mustafa here. Talanoa might, and we know how the 49ers are. They're tight with the wallet sometime, and they, as Nick Bosa said, it's brutal. If Talanoa Hufanga doesn't like, what he sees on the market next year, you might be looking at a Mustafa Brown, safety combo.
Yeah, and Ambry Thomas breaking his forearm, so yeah, he might not even make the team now.
Yeah, he might be gone.
No, I'm looking at the depth chart right now, and you talked about the injuries. You know, the defensive injuries piling up, no doubt about it. You mentioned Ambry Thomas, Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw. You know, they got a number of guys banged up. You know, it's when you look at the contracts, the injuries, canceling the joint workouts this week.
Yes,
with the Saints. I mean, it has been. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, just get me to week 1.
Right.
Like fast forward now, get people healthy in training camp. Let's just get ready for week 1 because it's been a rough training camp for the Niners.
We've every year now, last 5 or 6 years, we talk about this time of year. What's the 49ers' biggest concern? And it's always, other than injuries, because that's always at the top of the freaking list. So it is a little concerning when you got Kyle Shanahan telling reporters after the Titans game, he said, we're a little banged up. He says, hope a number of other things don't pop up. But last week we had 23 guys out of practice last time we practiced. So then, yes, he spoke with Dennis Allen, coach of the Saints, and the Saints said, all right, that's fine. They are not going to have the scrimmages this week, and that's big. Kyle Shanahan has said before, those scrimmages, which they traditionally have, not always against the Saints, but he said those are more important than the preseason games.
Yeah, because, you know, when you're healthy, those are usually ones versus ones. You know, in preseason, some guys might not be playing. Maybe you don't have your ones out there. It's a real test against another team. And with the Niners being banged up, it basically was going to be their preseason squad that we saw Saturday play, you know, go against the Saints in practice. So you might as well just save it for game time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We know that they're going to be playing the Saints this Sunday, but the scrimmages, joint practices have been postponed. And Dennis Allen said, Kyle reached out to me, making me aware they have some things going on in terms of having enough able bodies to have some good practices. So 2 ways to look at it. On the one hand, well, if you're going to have injuries, you'd rather have them now. But on the other hand, 49er fans know all too well that last year, you had that stretch there where McCaffrey was hurt and Debo was hurt, and I think Trent Williams was hurt, and that was a rough stretch. But for the most part, they were pretty healthy last year.
Yeah, compared to previous years, especially. You know, they you know, other than that midseason stretch where it was 2 or 3 games where guys were banged up, you're right. All their skill players, most important players, CMC, you know, Aiyuk, Brock, Debo, for the most part, you know, were healthy throughout the season. It did mess them up in the Super Bowl, though. The Dre Greenlaw injury, that might have changed things, and it might have come back to bite them. But for the most part, you're right. It was pretty much an injury-free season for the Niners.
Now, let me ask you guys, and I'm sure you're tired of this, but I wasn't here last week. So where do we think we are with Brandon Aiyuk? Do we know?
It's ridiculous. To me, you know, it's and Aiyuk said it in the tweet the other day, Friday, I think it was. It's one of 2 teams, San Francisco or Pittsburgh. And, you know, I saw a report today that said the Steelers were offering $28 million, maybe even a little bit more, and Aiyuk would have taken that. To me, it isn't all about the money. Because if it was all about the money, and that was it, he would have taken a New England offer. Mike Reese reported it was between 30 and 32 that the Patriots were willing to pay.
They really wanted him.
They really wanted him.
Like,
and to me, it's about the lack of respect from the Niners. It's like, I really want to stay here. I got this team offering 30 to 32. I got this team offering 28. And all you're going to give me is 26. And I wonder, and Whitey, I don't know if you heard this report last week or not while you were on vacation, but on Friday, the reports were they're back at the negotiating table. They're back meeting. But then shortly after that, Aiyuk came out with his tweet or IG post or whatever it was. It was, you know, either pay me or let me go. Like, and so to me, while it may have looked like cooler heads were prevailing, it might be a kumbaya moment, Ubuntu. To me now, it looks like the sides are still far apart.
Adam Schefter is one to pay close attention to anytime you have 49er behind-the-scenes news that you're dealing with, because he once wrote a book with Mike Shanahan.
Yep.
And it seems like he's getting pretty good information on what's going on with the 49ers. Do we have that, Jay? We'll get that. Yeah. We'll play that for you, what Adam Schefter had to say about the situation. But it looks more and more like Shanahan, in addition to just the financials of it, that there's something more to it, almost like, I don't like the way he's been dealing with. Doesn't it feel that way?
Yeah.
I don't know that. I don't mean to, maybe it's irresponsible to speculate, but it just seems like there's something different about this and it seems like it's gotten a little more personal than it needed to get on both sides.
Yeah, it feels that way. And remember a couple of weeks ago, they had the hug and they dapped up and everything.
Yeah.
And we read a lot into that, but clearly there's more to the story than what we saw there, because you're right. If this was, everything was, smooth sailing, everybody negotiating in good faith, and you tell me too, and I would love to hear you guys weigh in on this. Knowing Kyle Shanahan the way we think we do from the outside looking in, obviously, if a guy is negotiating publicly, if a guy is making demands publicly, trade demands, contract demands, tweeting, Instagramming, I don't know if that sits well with Kyle.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's the way
I think that rubs him a little the wrong way.
We've talked about how they've had, and Debo did some of that too, and they were able to sort it out. But Brandon Aiyuk, maybe he knew what he was doing from right after the Super Bowl ended. He started his campaign,
right,
to push public perception his way. Anyway, here's what Adam Schefter says about the current situation.
Again, we've said all along that this is a very hard deal to get done because any acquiring team would have to satisfy both Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers. And so if a team can't do both, then a deal can't get done. And so you had teams out there that could satisfy one of those conditions, but not both. And with that being the case, I think Brandon Aiyuk felt like, look, he'd like to stay in San Francisco, but he wanted to get paid. They couldn't get the deal done. Okay, let's see what else is out there. Again, he's the one that's advertised these other places. He's the one that's honestly been outspoken in the media. The other day, he was commenting about how there are leaks in the Niners. I'm just telling you, I don't think they're talking that much. I don't think they're talking that much.
And that probably comes directly or indirectly through Kyle's dad.
Right.
Yeah.
You think that's where he's getting
I think
his,
that's where he gets a lot of his 49er information. Yeah. By the way, this is an issue now in your old neck of the woods, because in New England now, they're talking to their new coach, Coach Mayo, about how come no one wants to play for you? You guys made a play for this guy and he doesn't want to go there. And he said, Jared Mayo said, when we start to win games, guys will want to come here. When we establish the culture, the roster, guys will be excited. So that's another aspect of this. It's very embarrassing for the Patriots.
It really is a once proud franchise that had, 20 years of dominance, being a class organization. Here's the thing about Gerard Mayo that I know. I do think he'll be a good coach. I do think he'll turn it around. But will they give him the patience? Will they give him the roster? Their wide receiver core is still pretty bad. Drake May is a rookie. Is he going to be your starting quarterback? They're going to take some lumps. If this was the Patriots, of 5 years ago, Aiyuk would be there. It would, but this is arguably one of the worst teams in the AFC. Why would anybody of any substance want to go there? It's not the same Patriots. It's not Bill Belichick's Patriots where you're guaranteed a trip to the AFC Championship game every year. This is a rebuilding, shoddy operation right now. And you also got to look at it too is you got a new head coach. You got a new director of player personnel, a guy that's shopping for the groceries. Like the only holdover is the owner. That's it. They pretty much brought it down to the studs, and they're trying to rebuild right now. So I get why the Patriots aren't a free agent destination.
Don't you think that the way the 49ers are playing this now, go out and find a deal. It's almost as if they're only willing to talk about sending Aiyuk to a bad team because they're trying to get him to see that, you don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's like, go find a deal. But they're really just trying to exert their leverage because they're a better team. They're not really interested in trading him. They're hoping he goes somewhere else, like to New England, and finds out you don't want to go there because
go to
they're terrible.
Siberia, huh?
Yeah. Or Cleveland.
Right.
When it comes to Pittsburgh, they might be good. And then, we can't come to terms. We can't come to an agreement with that.
Well, think about it. Look at the teams that are, supposedly, interested in Aiyuk and who can make a run. Like Pittsburgh, they're knocking on the door, of making a deep playoff run. You add Aiyuk and maybe, I don't want to say they become favorites in the division because that's not true, but, they can challenge, a Baltimore or Cincinnati or something like that. And then you look at the other teams, to your point, Cleveland.
I mean, they've had in recent years, they have some talent, but it's
it's shoddy. Yeah, weird
quarterback
situation, New England quarterback situation. And the one team that I think Aiyuk would go to outside of Pittsburgh, Washington, they're not offering the assets. Like Adam Schefter said, you got to find somebody that, Aiyuk is okay with and the Niners are okay with that offer. And there isn't anybody right now.
I'm almost looking forward to the end of the Aiyuk saga, however it ends, as much as I am looking forward to the start of the NBA season. It's going to be like, finally,
right?
It's done. Just get it wrapped up.
Just get it over
get
with.
Trent Williams in there. And let's get on with it.
How come we haven't heard anything about Trent?
Maybe
nobody's
we got to take care of Brandon first,
right?
Yeah. But see, that's the 49er way. It's like, Trent, all right, you're unhappy. We'll deal with it. We'll keep it in-house, right? We can do that. But the way Ayuk's doing it, I think, that's not how
No, that's not. Yeah. Yeah, it's rubbing guys the wrong way, I think. There.
Yeah. When we come back, Jiren Duran, Red Sox, 2-game suspension. That has us asking a lot of questions next on Sacktown Sports.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I just love my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. I used to have a Tesla for a number of years, but it felt like I was sitting at the kids' table. When I got my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV, I finally felt like I had made it. I was sitting at the adult table. If you don't believe me, go test drive one for yourself. As soon as you hop in, you'll notice the comfort, the luxury, just the overall feel. Make the short drive down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or go online anytime at mbofstockton.com.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Seems as though casual players are always trying to balance the desire to hit the golf ball farther with shooting lower scores. Whether you hit a 270-yard drive or miss a 12-inch putt, they both count a stroke on your scorecard. Some of us will never hit the ball 270 yards, and trying normally leaves us well short and well right of the target. Seems as though improving our putting might be an easier way to shoot better scores. Putting is about confidence. It's about feeling the greens, seeing the line, visualizing the ball going in the hole, and making a confident stroke. Harvey Penick says, never, repeat, never allow yourself to think about what's riding on the putt, whether it's a major championship or just a 50-cent wager. Hit the putt as you've hit 10,000 putts in the past. Concentrate on imitating your final practice stroke, not on what will happen if you either miss it or make it. A positive mind will cure a lot of ills. Think about it. Really, think about it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Start your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Do you think this is real? Is this a real celebrity sighting from the 916? My celebrity sighting was Gary Coleman. He got mad because I asked for a high five, but he was cool. He responded with, "What you talking about, Willis?" I don't know if I...
No, that's a celebrity. Gary Coleman's a celebrity, big fella.
I know he is.
All right.
I'm just saying, for some reason, I'm not sure that actually happened.
Yeah, you're not believing that story.
Yeah. Oh, Gary Coleman.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I doubt that really happened. I'm calling cap on that. I'm not buying that.
On the other hand, why would someone make that up? So I don't know. Because on vacation, we ran into Bo Bridges. I was wondering, I confess, I don't know if that's a celebrity encounter or not. I don't know if he's a celebrity. There was a time when I think he was.
Right.
Way back when. But it was weird seeing a guy in the restaurant that he appears in a movie.
Well, that's true. That actually happening. But I wonder if Bo Bridges is there because that might be the only place people recognize him. You know what I mean? If it was out of context, you know what I mean? It's like seeing a basketball player just walking down, you're like, or something. But if you see Bo Bridges at that restaurant, you put it together.
All right, I'm going to get recognized here. Yeah. By the way, here's the deal on Jiren Duran, and I apologize because I think I called him the name of a basketball player who went to break, so I apologize for that. But the Red Sox have suspended Jiren Duran for 2 games because he uttered an anti-gay slur at a fan during the team's loss Sunday to the Astros. Fan was heckling him, and he turned around and said, "Shut up, you bleep and bleep." And it was an anti-gay slur, and it was picked up by microphones. And so he has been suspended. He has apologized. And I give him credit because even before answering questions in the middle of the clubhouse today, he started by further apologizing to the fan. He said, "I'm so sorry for my actions." And he said, "Everyone's disappointed in me. I'm sorry." He said it was a heat of the moment thing. That obviously doesn't make it right, but you can understand why someone who's not thinking and they're at work and they blurt that out. But there's really, bottom line is, but you just can't say that.
You can't say that. And, the thing about it is, it came out so casually. I watched the video and I heard it, the comment. It made it seem like he had said it before. And I'm not saying he has, but
it's like a reflex.
Right, like a reflex.
Oh,
like, And like, if somebody says something to me, I may say bleeping a bleep or something like that, but I'm not doing that slur. Like it rolled off the tongue a little too easy for my cup of tea.
Probably won't the next time.
Yeah, it's and the thing about it too is, as a guy that lived in Boston for 11 years, I'm seeing some of the comments up, typical Boston. This is what they do out there, and things like that. And I think that's unfair, but it's, as Amadrock says, it's part of his lexicon. That's the thing that rubbed me the wrong way. Yes, you said it. Yes, you apologized. But if we dig deeper, it just rolled right off your tongue. That was your go-to, that was your reflex. Like you said, it's a bad look and it's indefensible as far as I'm concerned.
I know talking with Jay earlier, we were talking about maybe, look, if the guy just says something under his breath or something, that's one thing and a microphone picks it up. But he said it to the fan.
Right.
So that's the thing. As a representative, as you say. I mean, you shouldn't say that to anyone anyway, no matter what. But just because you were on the field to play and a microphone picked it up, you still said it. So maybe he ends up in a better place as a result of that.
2 games enough? And the Red Sox suspended him 2 games. This isn't if I'm correct, a Major League Baseball suspension, right? A Red Sox suspended. Is that good enough? Right. Is that, you okay with that?
Yeah.
More or less?
And he's having a great year. So 2 games, that's significant. And they're playing for something. And, he's playing for things. I think that's very significant.
No, I'm with you, and I feel like the Red Sox organization handled it. So I don't expect Major League Baseball to chime in or, level any other punishment or anything like that. Just unfortunate that, like you said, he's having a great season. Red Sox, in contention for, a wild card spot out there in the AL. And to have this happen, it's just, it's here we are in 2024 and people are still using homophobic and gay slurs. It's ridiculous.
I wonder if baseball will decide to do anything. I mean, once they get involved, you don't know what they're going to do because they don't know what they're
They
doing.
don't know, right? They make it up as they go along,
They
right?
have no idea. Yeah.
That's true.
Drapes, let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
man, because you brought something top of my mind as being in Boston, and I've never even thought to ask you this. Boston definitely has a reputation for being not the brightest when it comes to fandom, when it comes to
Boston has a real racist history.
Yeah, it does.
As a sports
It
town.
truly does. And when you the Adam Jones, you hear Bill Russell, you hear guys who are beloved there,
right?
And they still talk about it. And I know, there's only a few bad apples. But in your take, man, how was it in Boston? Like, what was the feel in Boston for you, especially being of African American, descent? Like, how did you navigate? How were you able to operate? And did you come across any of that?
Man, Jay, you're trying to unpack some things here, and I appreciate it because we need to have these discussions, right? We can't run away from it. I have a different view of Boston now than when I was there, and let me explain why. I did have a couple of incidents that happened to me in Boston. I'll tell you a couple here. We got time. One, I lived in a town called Lexington, historic town, Lexington, Massachusetts.
Battle of
Paul
Lexington.
Revere.
Yeah.
British are coming, all of that. And I was coming out the grocery store. I was in the car, hopped in the car, and I was at like a crosswalk. And so I waved to the woman, go ahead, you can walk across. I'm in my car. I'm like, go ahead. And she starts yelling at me. I'm like, huh? So I roll down my window and she says, you need to go back to where you came from. And I was like, dang, really? I was like, I live right down the street. You need to go, so that was one incident that happened in Boston. Another incident, I'm in the doctor's office and I'm sitting down, I'm just reading a magazine or something like that. A woman and probably her 4-year-old daughter is there. And her daughter, points to me and says, Mom, look, there goes the bad man. There goes the bad guy. And I'm like, dang. And this is me, Drapes. This is the Celtics TV announcer and all this. And it sort of brought me back and made me realize the way some people view me based just on the color of my skin. When I look at the city of Boston in terms of Celtics fans, it was great. The love I got was great. But the issue I had and I continue to have with the city of Boston is more institutional racism. Opportunities for young African Americans, whether a man or woman, aren't given as readily as it would for my Caucasian counterparts. And I see that now even more so. Case in point, I come here to Sacramento, it's all love. This is a melting pot. We got so many different cultures, and I don't feel, that kind of institutionalized racism here that I felt there. I mean, opportunities for radios, hosting shows, speaking engagements, whatever it may be, that love wasn't there. And so that was always my problem with the city of Boston, Jay, that you bring it up. It wasn't the young lady at the dentist or the doctor's office saying, there goes the bad man, or the woman crossing the street go like that. I can handle. The thing that upset me the most is knowing that I'm more talented than other people getting opportunities, case in point. And I'm not going to throw shade on anybody. The Celtics had a play-by-play opening. They hired a 26-year-old Caucasian male to be the play-by-play announcer of the Boston Celtics. I don't know if that would fly in Atlanta. I don't know if that would fly in D.C., in Philly. And so I used to tell this story, Jay, and I'll tell it again, and I think I told it with you here, Whitey. The thing about Boston that upset me, when I worked in Louisville, I felt if anything happened to me, whether it got fired or whatever it may be, there would be a gang of African Americans coming to my aid. Like, no, what you did to Kyle is wrong. In Boston, the African American contingent does not have a strong enough voice, didn't think. And so when you ask about racism in Boston, Carl Crawford, Adam Jones, whoever, they say they see it with that. But I saw it in a different way, Jay.
And I think part of it for me is it because it is more or less like you see a lot of athletes say and go through it with Boston. I always kind of felt like it was a little interesting that they would say certain things and you wouldn't see the city of Boston react to it. Because if you came here to Sacramento, fellas, and, you know, again, there's bad apples everywhere. Like, and I'll use the E40 and the fan that he got into, or fans that he got into with it, right? As soon as that went down, is as quick as people in Sacramento was like, nah, we got love for 40. And that wasn't even on the racial, you know, format. Like, that was just fan versus fan, team versus team. But Sacramento rose up quick. They're like, nah, that's not how we get down. We don't treat legends like that. We don't disrespect people like that. And even if he was in the wrong, which we don't know still to this point, it sounded like it was mutual. Cooler heads prevailed. They came together and they figured it out, meaning the organization in E40. The people of Sacramento, the fans of Sacramento, the fans of the Kings came out and showed a better representation. I just always find it funny that you don't really hear Red Sox fans kick back to that push.
Well,
you don't hear Celtics fans kick back to that push.
Well, what you hear, Jay, and I was there for the Adam Jones incident, is soon as Adam Jones said it, instead of, like you said, the city and fans coming and being like, this is unacceptable, it was, no, Adam Jones must be lying. That can't, that's not, he's lying. And so it's more of that reaction than, like you said, you know, coming to his aid. And if that happened, that's unacceptable. We need to be better, Boston. There was none of that really out there.
I'll say this about Boston, because I've only been there once, and I was a little surprised because I knew about this reputation. And there's parts of Boston where it's like, this is a very well-educated, you know, you're surprised that kind of racial bias exists there. But getting it back to baseball, you know, Jackie Robinson entered the majors in 1947. The last team to add an African-American was the Red Sox.
Yes, sir.
1959.
Yeah. So what, 12 years after, right. And let me tell you a fact about Boston that most people don't know, fellas. And I'm just talking about Boston proper, the city. 25% African-American.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know it was that
But
high.
it's the suburbs. Once you get out to the suburbs, the surrounding cities, it's few and far between. But the city itself, very diverse. Haitians, Dominicans, African-Americans.
Because it's a major Eastern
Right.
seaport,
It's a major Eastern city.
Yeah.
But you get outside in the suburbs, there's not much diversity.
When we come back, the dynamic kickoff rule in the NFL. Is it a debacle waiting to happen next on Sacktown Sports?
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
But investing in youth arch supports for your child or team is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Here's what Jay is wondering about on Jiren Duran's situation. And nobody here is trying to defend him because he said what he said. He used to slur directly at somebody that he shouldn't have said. But Jay's wondering if maybe we have too many microphones in places. Right, Jay? During events where you pick up stuff like Kevin Durant saying things to players on the other team that people shouldn't hear in their living room. So where does the responsibility lie there? What, if anything, should be done about it? Is it just because you're going to say, well, players shouldn't talk that way? Well, players are going to talk the way Kevin Durant talked. Hopefully they won't talk the way Jiren Duran talked.
Right. And I think, guys, I think there's two different levels to this, right? There's one in trash talk, curse words, and it's another slurs, racial, homophobic, you know?
Right.
I don't think, there's anybody has any problem with, trash talk, curse words, or anything like that.
Sometimes trash talk will involve slurs.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. I've heard Draymond say some things that,
Exactly.
it's to me that can't happen. That like, I don't care if it's picked up by a mic, you were mic'd up or whatever, racial, homophobic, whatever the slur, I don't like it. To me, there's no place in our society for that, let alone sports. If it does happen in sports, like it did with this Red Sox player, he has to be punished. You got to pay for it.
Yes.
And if that's just how guys talk, well, then we need to change that, Jay, because I'm not, and I grew up in Philly and back in my day, sure, we said some things, but now as a grown man, I know better. These athletes are grown men. They should know better. This isn't the playground. This isn't the park. These are professionals with kids watching professional people as well. And so I think you got to pay for it. If you say something, a curse word is one thing. That's,
right. We all agree on that.
That's that. But the slur, that we can't allow that.
Right. Now, isn't that done? And you know better than I would because you do so much TV, but it seems to me I've watched games where you hear like the crowd noise and it cuts out and you can still hear the announcers.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like, oh, someone is swearing and someone is in there deleting it.
Yeah. Usually there's a delay and you have somebody in the back with the quote unquote drop button, if you will. And, that happens for some reason with the Durant situation that Jay's talking about, with this situation in Boston, it didn't. And I think what you see is teams, broadcast outlets, they try and take those precautions, man, by having that delay. It's why when you watch a game at home versus when you're live there's that 3-second delay or so. And I don't know any other way to fix it other than the drop button, or these athletes just got to be better. You can't just be saying that kind of thing.
I think, and I'm 100% with what you're saying, but I've also been an athlete. I've also been in the heat of passion where someone says things to me and you're like, okay, I got where you coming from, and we know, like, this is the wild part. And this is kind of where I go to, and let's just stick with the Jordan situation, right? Jordan has said some foul mouth stuff on the court that people celebrate. Oh my goodness. Look how he is a master of mind games. Look how he gets into a person's head. I don't know what Jordan was saying because we didn't have people mic'd up. But when you talk to people and you hear stories, we heard he was very foul-mouthed. And so what I'm saying to you is there also has to be, for me, remove the slur part of it. But I used the example for you guys. KD says some wild stuff on the court, man. Like he truly does. And they're not slurs, but he's also calling, and I guess you could say that because he's cussing people out and he's calling them out their name. So if we're utilizing it as a slur, then I get it. But how do you protect an athlete from themselves?
He's got to protect himself.
That's tough, though.
Yeah.
See, I think that's tough.
Do you remember a guy on Denver a couple years ago, Facundo Campazzo?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was a EuroLeague guy. And he was asked after his first season in the NBA, and I don't know that he played another one, but he was asked what was the toughest adjustment. And this was in Argentina or wherever, and it was translated. He said, the toughest thing is the trash talk. He said, I've never played through anything like that. It's unrelenting.
Aggressive.
He couldn't handle it.
Yeah. But Jay, I don't think anybody batted an eye at what Kevin Durant said. So you don't have to protect him from that, right? Was much made out of that?
Well, I'm not saying that because part of it was kind of bleeped out a little bit, but you can hear a few things where it's like, you know what? And it's a double standard, right? And I get that part of it. I'm asking because we know it, and you get to sit courtside more times than not. You get to hear what people say. People talk about Gary Payton. We talk about KG. You talk about Jordan. You talk about Reggie Miller. You talk about guys like that who just completely disrespectful. Like they get at you disrespectfully for a reason. I'm trying to get you out of your game.
Tear you down.
That's it, right? And so that's a tactic. If we're telling people close mouth, shut up, don't say nothing, like that's a skill. People use that as a skill. Look at Muhammad Ali. Look at Mike Tyson. Look at Floyd Mayweather. Look at Pernell. Like guys have made livings on this type of stuff, right? So I understand it's 2024. We got to be more sensitive about certain things. We have to be more intelligent about certain things is probably the proper word. Definitely understand that. But I'm saying as an athlete, how are we protected if everything is on limits? Then when do they ever get to have anything off limits as an athlete?
Well, you look at if you want to give back some money, look at the TV deals. Those are the things that are negotiated. Access, right? That's what, our good friend Raymond Ritter would say, those are the things that make the NBA as great as it is. The fans' access to the players.
But Drapes, are athletes agreeing to that, or is the union who's supposedly representing, or the league that because it is almost like look, it's kind of like this. If you want to be in the best league ever, then you have to abide by these rules. I get it. That's part of it. It's a private entity.
But the league is giving them leeway, Jay, because it's not an issue. And as you said, guys are saying things that most of us would have. That happens all the time.
Yeah, and
it's not an issue.
Right. It's not nobody's, no groups protesting, nobody's, See,
I disagree though, because then you have stuff like this, and because it's a slur,
this is
but because it's what he said though, right? It's the diction that he used. Yes. But the fact of the matter is Nesson had an up close mic that was used. If Nesson presses dump, we don't even hear about this.
Exactly. But Jay, if he doesn't, but here's the thing, Jay, if he calls him a bleeping a-hole, we're not even talking about it.
I disagree, because I think people, when we're talking to a fan, we've seen wrestling get into it with fans. We've seen guys get into it with fans, especially over the last couple years, and it becomes like, well, what did he call me? He called me an a-hole. He called me the B word. And then now all of a sudden it's a big deal. Now we got guys, get him out of the stands, move him out that way,
Yeah, it's because it's a slur.
So because you use foul language.
No, it's not foul language. It's because it's
slur.
A slur against
slur.
But I'm not saying this, fellas. I'm saying Russ got at someone because he was called a B word a couple of last year, a year and a half ago. He wanted the fan removed because dude called him a B word.
And that's right.
Straight up. That's a slur. I get that part of it. But players are saying that all the time on the court. So what I'm trying to get an understanding is how do we protect players? I guess what you guys are saying is, and I'm smart enough to know this. Different situation, different person who you talking to, all those things, there's many aspects that go into it. But I'm saying as a player, how do you get safety? Because players are going to get in trouble for saying something back to a fan compared to a fan.
I don't think
saying
you
to a
do.
player.
I think players know where the mics are. I think players are instructed when you're on that court, mics are everywhere. They know that. So I don't think they need protecting.
And in addition to that, which I agree with, also in today's world, if you're an athlete or you're anyone of any note whatsoever, cameras and microphones are almost literally everywhere you go. Not just on the court, right? But everywhere.
Yeah, even out in public.
Everywhere
people
you
are
go.
recording cell phone video. And so
you got to protect yourself.
You got to protect yourself. And there's a certain line. Certain slurs are different than others, by calling somebody the B word is different than calling them the F word that, the Red Sox player did.
Mm-hmm. That's just where we are. And where we are is we're getting ready to come back with a look at what really made Team USA's men's gold medal unforgettable with the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Hi, Michael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call. At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will greet you with a smile. They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later. They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys. So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sacktown Sports.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Great to be back because, Drapes, we have a Kings game now to talk about, to prepare for, to look forward to. October 24th, the Kings open the season at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Let's go.
Let's go. I'm ready for it, man. I'm ready for basketball to be back. Here's the thing, too, Whitey. ESPN tomorrow is announcing the in-season tournament Emirates Cup schedule. So we'll have a few more games, like, know who we playing, when we're playing. So I looked at it. I texted a couple people I know at NBC. Hey, y'all got the schedule yet? What's the deal? They're like, no, not yet. And I asked for it, but they haven't given it to me yet. So they're being tight-lipped with this one for the most part.
All right, we know you have many titles. You're the Mercedes man.
Yeah.
You're the TV guy. So the TV guy, what does the TV guy think about that October 24th, Thursday, TNT game, maybe, against the Timberwolves? Huh?
Yeah, that I think that's going to be the nightcap, which is disappointing.
Disappointing.
Because that means NBC Sports California is not airing that one.
I'm sorry.
See, you said I wear many caps. One as a broadcaster, local broadcaster, I look at the games we have versus the ones we don't. And if it's a TNT game that Thursday, I don't think we have that game. So your season opener, you might not get me, Katie, and the crew. You might get, I don't know who they'll have at it, Kevin Harlan and them or something like that. And so it's a little disappointing, man. I guess I get an extra week of vacation, maybe. I'll take some time off that week.
You take time. Come on. Although, I mean, it still could be an NBC Sports.
It could be.
California game.
It could be because sometimes they have 3 Thursday night games, 2 on TNT, 1, or something like that. It'll be interesting, because this is the last year of TNT. Remember, this is, and that'll be, well, I guess they'll do one Tuesday as well. But it'll be interesting because does TNT go all out? Only the best games, every team. I don't know. But, from a broadcaster standpoint, schedule release day is like Christmas to me. I get to plan out the next 6 months of my life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm looking forward to that, man.
I got to the point where I thought Dwayne Wade was pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, I did. One of the things I appreciate about him, he brought some, what I thought was true analysis to the game.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it was simple. I go nuts sometimes when I'm watching a game and a team goes into zone and the analyst doesn't point it out. It's like,
really?
Hello,
Yeah.
they're in zone.
Right,
I don't
right.
I get, maybe the analysts are smarter than me and they realize no one really cares that much. But Dwayne Wade, I thought, did a good job of that. And my understanding is there's probably a lot of the new outlets, beyond this year, they're going to be looking for announcers that they may be talking to Dwayne Wade about.
Yeah, I thought he did a solid job.
Or wherever.
He did a good job. He did it, and Noah did a good job. At times it was a little too much slapstick comedy, for my liking. Maybe I'm an old guy, 49-year-old guy, but I thought they were good. I thought they were solid.
I don't mind the comedy if it's remotely funny, but sometimes
right. Sometimes it just falls flat, right?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, get back to the action, right? Nice try, nice effort.
You're trying to have chemistry,
right? Yeah. Sometimes it seems forced,
class.
right? It seems forced at times.
Yeah. So we know that the Timberwolves open the season on the 22nd against the Lakers because there's 2 games on the 22nd. Those are the 2 games that tip off the season. We've got the Knicks and the Celtics. Woohoo! I'm really excited about seeing the Knicks play this year.
Man, they got some weapons.
Yeah.
Remember, the last time we saw them, they didn't have Julius Randle, and they didn't have Mikal Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
They got 2 legit stars, now on their roster. And it'll be ring night in Boston. They'll get their rings as well. And so, no, I'm looking forward to that. The Knicks are going to be must-see TV, I think, this year. You know, so much talent, so many good players. Obviously, Knicks fans, they're everywhere. And so, that'll be a good matchup.
You know what would be funny is if on opening night, Joe Mazzulla says, yeah, I'm not playing Tatum tonight.
Right. Right. Or Jaylen Brown. JB didn't make Team USA. I'm going to arrest these guys. I wouldn't put it past Joe Mazzulla to do such a thing. He's that arrogant, that much of a jerk sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised.
How much does it matter to the coaches? I remember talking to Musselman one year when the schedule came out. He's like, there's 82 of them, we'll figure it out. But in your experience, how much do coaches care when the schedule actually comes out?
I think it's big for them, not because of the games, but because of the practice. They can now schedule, all right, what days do we have practice? And the thing about it is they schedule that throughout the season. They'll look and be like, all right, these are the days we're practicing.
Because they don't get to practice very much.
And they may make tweaks as they go along, cancel a practice or
and
add
Mike
a
likes
practice.
to practice, huh?
Yeah.
Like fly in somewhere. Let's go to practice.
I love Mike, but man, he was better this last year than his first year, but man, they were practicing all the time. It'll be interesting with DeMar DeRozan, a veteran. Are you going to have that much more practice as the season goes on, or do you give this guy and some of these veterans a night off from practice?
So we should find out this week, right?
Yeah, this week. And I was talking to Jay last week, schedule release, he's not into that. I'm into, as soon as the schedule comes out, all right, they're going to win this one, lose this one. When, I got the whole 82-game record already figured out, and I make multiple copies. Put one on my refrigerator, carry one in my bag, give one to the kids. It's a big day in the Draper
I just know
household.
last year, all those predictions went down the toilet. Right. As soon as they went to Houston, right?
Yeah.
Because Houston had been terrible.
Terrible.
Like, here's 2 wins.
Right.
Like, what happened there? What is going on?
100%, man. Houston.
You were in such a bad mood when you came back from that trip.
No, because Houston, it was like the NCAA tournament. When your bracket gets ruined, that's what those Houston games did to me. I balled up the schedules. Forget the schedule now. And, you bring up practice. That was one of those days I told you about, too. Yeah. We flew to Houston from Sacramento, got there, and I was feeling jet-lagged. I was feeling tired, and the team went right to practice. And I was like, man, how are they practicing if I'm feeling this bad? Then people are like, well, Drapes, you're not a 25-year-old highly conditioned athlete. That's why. Well, right? But then they came out and laid an egg, and then laid an egg a couple of days later as well. And so it'll be interesting, man. I think what's interesting about teams and the practice and the scheduling is it's not just on the coach anymore. You got, the training staff, the medical staff, the sleep person. They all work together and figure out, all right, are you staying the night at this spot? Are you traveling this spot? I talked to Brad Stevens about this. And when I was with the Celtics, he said if they were going to land in a city after 3, they would just stay the night and wouldn't even fly. If they landed before 3, the sleep would research suggests, okay, it's fine. But if it was at any time after 3, nope, we're not flying.
You guys probably talked about it last week, but what did you think of the Christmas schedule for the NBA?
Man, I ain't looking at no Christmas. The one thing I noticed about Christmas, the Kings don't play, so that means we're off. It's kind of a ho-hum schedule. Like, they're force-feeding Wemby down our throats now. How does Wemby get a game? Spurs ain't even to make the play-in last season, but because he's must-see TV. How about that nightcap? I think it's Denver and Phoenix. Okay, but it's not,
the marquee game is Lakers and the Warriors.
Lakers-Warriors for the 80 millionth time. It's like, get some new blood out there. And I think it's Sixers-Celtics as well. It's some of the traditional rivalries, but it's kind of a boring schedule, I think, to me. I'd like to see some new teams, Kings against Pelicans, Kings-Warriors, or something like some new rivalries being born out here.
Yeah, I think the most intriguing of those games is, like you said, the Knicks and the Spurs, because the Spurs might be good this year. They might be. And then the Knicks, like I say, I'm really anxious to see how that all fits together. They could be really good.
How about Harrison Barnes or a Christmas Day game for the first time in forever?
You know what it's going to be like, San Antonio Talk Radio. Harris Barnes only had 1 rebound.
And I'm going to have to go on radio down there and defend my guy and be like, but you're just looking at the box score,
He scores 31 points, and the next night he scores 2 with 1 rebound.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. But But, here's the thing, Whitey. Let's keep it real. The Spurs, as bad as they were last year, they are must-see. I'm interested to see them. They got some pieces now. CP3, Wemby, Vassell. They got some guys that can ball out now.
Why does Wemby take so many threes? Because he's 20?
He's 20.
Sheena asked me that. He's 20
and
years old. I don't know.
But he's light in the pants, too.
Yeah.
So he's not going to bang you down low. I think, did you see the one move he made on Embiid? The hesitation dribble, and then that was impressive. For a 7'3", 7'4" guy or whatever he's listed at, that was impressive. But he takes those because he feels like he can make them. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's a bailout shot for him. He really thinks, remember, against USA, he came out. He hit that first one.
Yes, he did.
I was like, oh, here he goes. After that, he didn't hit many after that. Yeah.
You missed 3 in a row or something. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's still figuring all that out, isn't he?
He is. And who did we have? Was it Antonio Daniels last year on, or somebody else it might have been, that talked about guys having to learn to play with Wemby, because he's a unicorn, if you will. He's not your traditional throw it in the post big man. He's not your traditional catch and shoot big man. It
might have been Sean Elliott.
Yeah, it might have been Sean Elliott. Yeah, you're right. It was Sean Elliott, I believe. And because he had talked to Wemby's coach overseas about it. And it takes a while for players to learn to play with Wemby. Now he got CP3. You know how many lobs this dude is going to catch? Mm-hmm. It's going to be exciting to watch.
That was one of the worst lobs I've ever seen, by the way. Forget who threw it. They threw a lob to
was it Gobert?
And I don't know if he was trying to slap it back out to who threw it to him.
Right.
Try to catch it. Was
I don't know if he tried to tip it in or what. I didn't know.
That's not how you do that.
And you asked me why did Gobert not play? I was looking at that play that's why. You got to yank him after that.
So will we ever see LeBron, Steph, and KD play for a championship again? That's next with the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
This really shouldn't surprise anybody. We found out today that the Kings are opening the regular season against Minnesota on October 24th. Rudy Gobert is already complaining about the officiating. Isn't that incredible? It's already,
right?
Oh, they don't want us to win. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Mike has been hanging on to talk with the Drive Guys. What's up, Mike? How are you?
All right, guys. I've been listening to you all last week, and I couldn't call in. Everybody's talking about the big debate. I'm here to talk about the 1992 Dream Team versus the Avenger team. And everybody's talking about nobody can guard Durant. You mean to tell me Scottie Pippen couldn't do it? And then on top of that, they had the select team just to get the Dream Team up to speed. And that team had Chris Webber, Jamal Mashburn, Grant Hill, all the stars. All I'm talking about is if LeBron's this great athlete, as Drapes is saying, I get it. You coming in the post, guess who's going to be there to meet you? You're talking about Karl Malone, the mailman, Patrick Ewing. They no love lost. They're coming for these boys. You're talking about Michael Jordan. And I did my homework, right? So here's the deal, Drapes. You're going to have whoever out there. And then when they had Tony Kukoc, Pippen, and Jordan back in the 1992 Olympics, made Kukoc, which he didn't even play basketball. So you're talking about Stephen Curry. I get it. But you put Magic on him and what's his name, Stockton, blitzing him. He giving up the ball. These boys are ready.
All right, Mike.
Time machine. Come on, Drake.
Thank you, Mike. I wasn't here last week, so I feel like this is. I want to step in.
Don't push this to me. I'm.
He was calling you out by name.
You know what? And Mike, if they dare blitz Steph Curry, you can't do that.
They're going to do it with Stockton because he didn't play that much.
He didn't play that much. And here's the thing. I dare you to blitz Steph. And he throws it to KD or he throws it to LeBron. And then you're playing, 4-on-3 on the other end. It doesn't. Here's the thing about the Dream Team. I'm talking about 1992. And we'll never know. We'll never know. Because let's keep it real. Steph, LeBron, and KD aren't in their primes right now either. If we're talking in their primes, we did a couple of weeks ago, Steph's prime, what? 2017, 18, 19? LeBron's prime, what? 2012 to 16? KD's prime, 2018? And so these guys are 5-6 years removed from their prime and they're still playing at a high level. I just look at the level of competition. And for people to say that the 92 Dream Team would just mop the floor with this Olympic competition, there's no way they would, because we haven't seen European players like the way we've seen now back then. They didn't have guys, Evan Fournier doing step backs, the passing of Jokic out there. It's just, how come everything in life can evolve except foreign basketball players? You know what I mean? It's the guys are running faster, they're jumping higher, they're more athletic than ever before. But when you say 92, the Dream Team, and who they face versus who this team is facing, they'd kill these guys. Dude, I don't think so. I think even France would put up a good game. Yes. I think France, because
against the Dream Team?
Against the Dream Team. Yes, I think so. I think Serbia. Not saying they will win. Not saying they will win, but it wouldn't be 50-point blowout like they had in 92. Mm-hmm. The level of basketball, the level of competition is better right now than it was back then.
You also, the whole thing, you can't compare eras. And the thing, the Dream Team at the time was probably better than every other team to a degree that no other team in history will match. You know what I mean?
Versus the
they were better than everybody else
at
that time. The margin
gap was
bigger
so
than it'll
huge,
ever be for any other team ever.
Right, exactly. And kudos to the 2024 squad, because this is the most talent worldwide we have ever seen.
Yeah.
And so you got to give them credit for that. And to your point, Whitey, and to the European players now are not afraid. 92, people were in awe. Oh my God, that's Michael Jordan. Oh my God. Guys were happy to be dunked on by Jordan. They were taking pictures with them. Now these clubs in the Olympics are out to kick some butt. It's just a different vibe right now.
Yeah. And that's the reason they had such a talented rosters, because they needed one.
Yes. Yeah. 28. It ain't a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, who are our three best players? Three guys that ain't going to be there in 2028. Mm-hmm. So who's going to step up? Is it going to be Ant-Man, Devin Booker, Cooper Flag? Somebody has to assume the mantle of superstar. I'm not going to let us lose. Who's that going to be?
Now, what about what your buddy Kendrick Perkins had to say today? Almost called him Sam Perkins. Sorry.
What did Perk have to say?
He says he wouldn't be surprised if KD, Steph, LeBron, if maybe a couple of them they find a way to play together this year if things don't go the way it's planned.
I did see that.
Or the Lakers or the Suns or the Warriors or some combination thereof.
Perk is just yapping. He's just, and that's my guy. I love Perk. Big fan of his.
He's a top 5 big in the game.
But financially, somebody would have to really sacrifice, really take a pay cut. You're talking 3 guys that'll be making more than $50 to $60 million per year, when their contracts are up. It just doesn't make sense. Could LeBron try to convince KD to come? And we've heard the Warriors say, come hell or high water, they are not letting Steph Curry go. I can't see Steph playing in another uniform.
They apparently came fairly close to bringing back Duran a couple years ago before he went to the Suns. And we know that the Warriors inquired, was it last year at the
Last year.
deadline?
Yeah.
About LeBron.
About LeBron. Yeah.
So they've actually, teams have attempted it, or at least the Warriors have
Tried.
attempted it. It's just not there.
I could see somebody like a Durant going to LA to join LeBron. Durant has a history of jumping around the teams, joining other teams. I can't see LeBron going to the Warriors. I can't see Steph leaving Golden State.
Right.
So to me, if there was to be some
I
teaming
agree.
up,
Yeah.
it would probably be Durant and
Steph
LeBron.
and LeBron be like, you got to come to me.
You got to come to me, right?
Well,
yeah.
That'd be great, but I ain't coming to you.
It
And
just
Durant's like,
I'll go anywhere,
all
right?
over.
You tell me where to show up, I'm there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to see those guys play on the same team. I mean, because here's the thing. When you think about dynasties and great teams, usually most dynasties, Whitey, have another all-time great. Kobe, Shaq, Magic, Kareem, Steph, Durant. Like, you can't just have one. And even Scottie Pippen, to me, is one of the more underrated players in the league. Not saying he's a top 10 or top 20, but when you look at his contributions, he was an all-time great. And so, looking at the team, let's say LeBron has now, you got Anthony Davis, who's a great player. But after that, it falls off tremendously. And when you look at, like we're talking about just now, all-time great dynasties, a lot of times you got 3 or 4 greats.
I don't know. Does it drop off that much? Did you see the D'Angelo Russell tweet today?
I did see that.
Somebody, I forget who it was, on Twitter said, are we just going to pretend that D'Angelo Russell can't heat up like Steph Curry does? And
right.
He said, I humbly agree.
I
And then I believe he deleted the tweet.
Did he delete it?
I think he did. That's the problem with him is he believes
that. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. He thinks, and he does get hot. We've seen him get hot against. He's a streaky shooter, but he's not Steph. And to your point, he believes I do the same thing,
Yes.
And it's like, nah, dude, you don't. Especially in clutch moments.
I know I shared this earlier. Maybe you saw this. Sam Quinn on Twitter. He said, I hope this isn't the case, but we really might have seen the final championship game at any level that LeBron James, Steph Curry, or Kevin Durant ever plays in. And if it was, man, what a send-off for the 3 defining players of this generation. And I hadn't really thought of it in those terms, but when I read that, it kind of resonated with me, and I realized that could be true.
That could be true. And I'll throw this at you even. Who is closest to competing for a championship? Which team has the best shot out of, like, none of those guys do we think really can win a championship anytime soon?
You need a lot of breaks.
Right, a lot of breaks. So we're talking maybe not even reaching the Western Conference Finals. And it's an end of an era. I will say, though, when you look at the NBA historically, when you find out, all right, who's the next face of the league? Kobe, LeBron. The door is open for a Booker or an Ant-Man or somebody like that to
Wemby.
really, or maybe Wemby, to really go out there. And might it be somebody in Boston? I don't know. We had this discussion last week. Is Boston being screwed? Are the Celtics being done wrongly with, Tatum's minutes and no Jaylen Brown? It's like, man, because we had sound from Gilbert Arenas on last week. Like, is Tatum now going to be on a vengeance? Is Jaylen Brown? What if he wins another championship and a finals MVP? Can he become the face of the league?
I will say there's typically somebody in basketball you had going way back. You had Mikan, right?
Yeah.
You had Wilt. Then you had Kareem. Then you had Magic and Bird. Then you had Jordan. All these guys
Kobe,
at
Shaq.
some point could be considered like maybe the best of all time. Kobe, Shaq. Then when Michael left, there was a little bit of but you did have Kobe at Shaq and then LeBron.
Yeah.
So you can't assume there's going to be another LeBron, but history tells us there's going to be somebody.
There's going to be somebody. Let me throw this at you, since we're, doing social sciences here on the Drive Guys. Does it have to be an American-born player? Can the face of the NBA be Giannis, Jokic, Embiid, or does it have to be an American-born player?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned Wemby. Possibly.
Luka. For some reason, Luka. I know.
I hope
but
not.
Whitey, when
I understand,
you understand. But I don't know if Luka will ever be, though, as great as he is. And it seems like the NBA and ESPN and Turner are trying to force feed us him as the face. I don't think he'll resonate with youth the way that LeBron, Jordan, Magic, Kobe did.
You know what has really changed in basketball in the last 20 years? And it's taken me a long time to realize that this is a positive trend. There's a lot of teams now. You go back to Phil Jackson with Kobe, and this is, I'm making some shortcuts here, but basically Phil Jackson realized Kobe's phenomenal. Our offense should be based on Kobe doing whatever he can. We run some simple actions. Kobe doing what he can to score gives us our best chance to win. It's not traditional, like share the ball, but it was effective. We see that more and more now. I think Boston does it to a degree with Tatum and Brown. Obviously, it's two guys, not one, so it's a little different. Luka does it. Houston did it with Harden. So it's, you know, my old school thing is like, that's not the way you play basketball, to share the ball.
Right.
But more and more teams are realizing, no, that works if you have that guy.
If you have that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the
one of
Sixers.
the ways in which the game is, yes.
Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
You know, like he was the scorer. You know, AI, let me unleash you. I do think what you're seeing in the NBA, and I'll put Jokic in this category, is the guy is responsible for making the decision. Whether it's shooting the ball or passing, I'm getting in the ball in the hands of my best player and then play off of him. Let him do that thing. That's why when we talk about the Sacramento Kings, people, who's our best player? De'Aaron Fox?
De'Aaron Fox.
But a lot of times we play through Domantas Sabonis. I would like to see Fox with the ball in his hands more, be the guy responsible, and then everybody else react off of what he does.
He could be that guy.
Right.
That I'm
Let's see if he
about.
could be that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
In some games he is, in other games he's not.
Right.
And I think he and the Kings have to decide, do we want him to be that guy or do we want to play a different way?
Yeah, and one other thing, lastly, that, you know, Jay has talked about, can De'Aaron be an 8-9 assists per game guy? We don't know. We haven't seen him in that role with talent around him. And now with Domas, his job basically is scoring. Score the bucket. But I would love to see him create for others. To me, that's the evolution in De'Aaron Fox's game.
Now you've got DeMar DeRozan as well. We'll tell you what, DeRozan will bring the Kings off the floor, according to a former Bulls teammate. That's next on Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. A Delta breeze will pick up Monday evening. That'll send temperatures into the upper 50s to start Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon, just a touch warmer with valley highs near 90. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia. Low interest rates, low payments, and zero down deals with approval of credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, thrill-seeking movie fans.
It's time to get your tickets to see Alien Romulus, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
Whatever comes, we'll face it together.
Let's go. Experience the most terrifying life form in the universe on the largest screen in Sacramento. Don't miss opening weekend of Alien Romulus in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
Here are the top 3 reasons to get your golf clubs fitted at Hagen Oaks. First, the most knowledgeable professional fitting team in the country has been trained by every major club manufacturer. Second, Hagen Oaks has the largest inventory of golf merchandise in the area, and the club demo program is unmatched. Third, the indoor to outdoor player performance studio gives you incredibly accurate data, and you can see your ball flight. Add a 90-day club fitting guarantee, and that's more than 3 reasons. Fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Michael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Sacktown Sports.
All right, look, we got a 49er note here that's not pleasant. We have from 49er Web Zone. Kalia Davis stands out in the 49ers preseason loss to the Titans. He's a defensive tackle. NFL.com. Kalia Davis steps up to sack Malik Willis. Here's the news on Kalia Davis, 49ers defensive tackle. Kalia Davis will undergo knee surgery, will miss half the season, according to Kyle Shanahan. So that's the latest as the 49ers continue to try to dig out from under an early avalanche of injuries. And that's one of the more severe ones.
Yeah, this is a pretty damning, a tough one to swallow because, you know, it's been a camp from hell for the Niners. I mean, you look at offensively, CMC, you know, Tricky Ricky Pearsall, Elijah Mitchell, you know, no Trent Williams, no Aiyuk, you know, Burford banged up, Feliciano banged up. And then you go defensively, you know. I thought the defensive line, and I understand it wasn't, you know, their regulars out there. Like that second, third unit just did not look good, I didn't think. And so when you lose more depth out there, I think that hurts the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So as you know, they've canceled the joint practices with the Saints this week because they're dealing with so many injuries. Kyle Shanahan said after the Titans game that they had 23 injured players the last time they had practiced. So like I said earlier, Drapes, I guess I know you're not, but if you're a 49er fan, Jay, you'd rather deal with these injuries now rather than later?
Yeah, I guess. I don't really know. You know, this is the MO for the 49ers over the last 5, 6, 7 years. And you know, that's a defensive line piece, as Drapes just talked about. You know, that's one of the guys that they're gonna rotate in. Someone that was banged up last year, and they were expecting to return this year, and now it looks like he'll be coming, you know, week 9, 10.
By the way, I know I mentioned this earlier. And then we started talking about something else, so I didn't get to the dynamic kickoff rule.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen any of it yet?
I have.
What do you think?
It's not as bad as I thought it would be, to be honest with you. You know, the Niners have some issues in coverage.
They always do.
Right? I'm watching that game. I was like, damn, dude, you might as well just spot him at the 40-yard line or something.
It's almost like for years, it's like Kyle Shanahan, special team down.
Right. I think it might be more important than ever because based on what I saw, and maybe I was just because I was watching the Niners, there are going to be holes there. There are going to be opportunities to take it to the house.
And we don't really know what anybody's going to do till the game starts.
Right.
No one's going to show their hand now.
Right.
Although teams are still literally figuring it out. They had a situation with the Chiefs and the Jags. Let's see. Jags were kicking off. Mecole Hardman and Deneric Prince back to receive. Prince let the ball sail over his head, thinking it was a touchback. It went in the end zone. Landed in the end zone, bounced back to the 1-yard line. So Hardman then picks up the ball, goes into the end zone, kneels. And you can't do that anymore. And it used to be okay, and now you can. And Doug Peterson had to tell the officials, you can't do that under the new rules. So point being, I know that was a confusing explanation here, a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
And everyone is still figuring out how it works.
And Doug Peterson had to tell the officials?
I believe,
right?
yeah.
I mean, what is a touchback now? Like if it just.
Andy Reid said, I think they're trying to work that out. Normally when a ball goes in the end zone and you touch it there, then it's a dead ball.
Right.
But we'll get it cleared up and see what they come up with.
Right. And watching the Niners game, and I didn't even notice, I didn't even think about it. There were no returns in the Super Bowl. No kickoffs. Everything was a touchback. Everything was a touch. I didn't even think about it or notice it. But I will say the kickoff, which used to be a lot of people's most exciting play in sports.
It is exciting.
It's become boring now because there's so many touchbacks, you know? And so I think, what was it, 70% of
it's
kickoffs
almost
last year?
ceremonial. The kickoff is almost ceremonial.
Why even do it, right? Yeah, exactly. So this new rule is to try and, get that exciting play back in football. But, man, it was weird at first. But now I understand, all right, this group, the kicking team, you can't move until the guy catches the ball. And so it made sense. I just don't understand the touchback rules right now.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure. I know I said Doug Peterson explained the rules. I'm not sure he did. He said it's a good coaching point for all teams to really coach our returners. It's definitely going to be on the coach's video that's going to come out this week. And it's a great way to learn that rule and to learn the game of football. When the coaches are talking that way, we may have a problem here.
Yeah, they're learning as they go. I mean, and think about it too. If the coaches don't know, the players sure as hell don't know.
Right.
And
the players didn't even know the overtime rules in the
Super Bowl. Exactly.
And there was a quarterback. Who was that? Jay?
Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know who you're talking about.
Quarterback who didn't know the overtime rules.
I don't remember that guy. I don't live in the past.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Who's that? My boy Donovan F. McNabb. Yeah,
Yes.
Donovan F. McNabb. Yeah, it's we can't duck that one. We can't duck that one. But the NFL got too many different quirks and things to their rules. It's like it's this kickoff thing. I think it's going to take some time. Listening to Greg Papa, and he mentioned it. Guys aren't showing everything. What more can you show on the kickoff, though? That's the question. Different blocking schemes or something like that?
Some people are going to try what they try in rugby, which is the guy will get the ball, he'll run one way, he'll have a guy behind him. What do they call it? Like
a hook and ladder or something?
Yeah, but there's a term for it in rugby. I don't know, and it works, and some people think we're going to see some of that.
Yeah.
And
all right.
So no one knows. How's it going to work? Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what they're going to do, and they don't know what we're going to try.
Right. Yep. I'll be looking for it. It has brought some excitement back, I thought. Just the fact that guys are having to return it now, to me, that's a good thing.
Can't you see why a guy like Debo says, if I could return kicks for touchdowns? Because once you get through the initial line, all I got to beat is the kicker.
Exactly. But the only problem with that is, do you want to risk Debo in that situation?
Yeah.
Because that's you're going to get 3 or 4 or 5, 6 guys dumping on you.
And how about the other side of that same coin? Do you want to risk your kicker?
Right.
When, the kicker he's like safety. Now he may play a larger role in your kick coverage.
You got to make a tackle.
Yeah.
You got Debo coming at you. You may have to make a play. And so what does this do to onside kicks?
Bye-bye. I believe you have to declare when you're going to try one.
You do.
And I'm not sure you can do them at any point. So it's Basically, they're done.
And that was one of the more exciting plays of the game.
The surprise onside kick is virtually
gone. It's done. You got to declare it.
We're going to declare onside kick.
We're going to kick it right over here.
We declare surprise onside kick. I don't think that's going to work. Let's talk to Tin here on Sackdown Sports. Ready for a sliding doors moment? Where are we going to end up here with Tin on Sackdown Sports?
Oh, nope. Oh, there's the wheel. I'm going to talk over the wheel.
The wheel of Tin.
So guess what?
What?
Tin?
Yo, back from vacation.
Yeah.
I just went on a job interview, and to Draper's racism point earlier.
Yeah.
They asked me, what set me apart from other workers, and I said my background. I mean, first generation, born in Sacramento. My dad's from Vietnam. I don't speak as well as you guys, but what I can bring is my energy. And that was the first time I ever answered a job interview question like that. So I'm just giving game to the youth out there that may be listening.
Well, did we find out yet if you got the job?
Oh, man, let me call an update with y'all in about 2 days.
All right.
Okay.
Good luck, Tin.
All right.
Thanks
Giving us
for
an
sharing
update
that,
on
Tin.
his job search.
Yeah,
You know?
appreciate that.
All right, guy 10. Was that timely at all, or?
Well, that wasn't his fault. So what Tin does is he hears us say something,
right,
and then he hangs on to his credit. Hang on.
2 hours later, I was like,
oh yeah. If I had picked him up Thursday, I'd go, here's Tin, and he goes, hey, yeah, about that thing you guys said about Boston.
Right. Exactly.
So I mean, I think that's admirable in a way. It's
that 10 hangs on.
He hangs on. Now,
he's a loyal listener.
He's like, where'd that come from? But he listens.
10 knows he's our guy. Remember, he came and saw us when we were doing a live show outside of Golden One Center. He's our guy. I give him crap, but he's our guy.
Is this JR now joining us?
Oh, here we go.
JR is back with us on Sacramento Sports. How you doing, JR?
I've been hanging on for a month on this line.
Man, you just called 30 seconds ago. Come on now.
I'd like to talk about that quarterback that couldn't remember the overtime rules some more.
Can you believe that happened in an NFL
Is that
game?
what you're really calling in about?
I can't believe
that was a throwaway comment.
I mean, there's only two teams that would have a quarterback that bad and not know the rules, and both of them in the NFC East.
Hold on,
I'm narrowing it down. There's one that's blue and there's one that's green.
Don't even do that.
JR, all kidding aside, are you worried about all these injuries already? The 49ers dropping like flies.
Oh, I've been worried about injuries since Greenlaw went down during the Super Bowl last year. Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting how they were able to. Didn't they cancel the New Orleans?
Yeah,
they already canceled. That's official.
They have two joint scrimmages, but they still have to play the game. Are you going to the game Sunday?
No, I don't go to preseason game.
Okay, all right, good for you.
And that's not how I roll, huh, Drapes?
Yeah,
I tell you, man.
We only go to the NFC Championship. I only go to NFC Championship games.
Hey, it's a good thing that phone companies don't charge us for minutes, because that was a waste of your 2 minutes right there, man. That was an awful call. My gosh, you gotta come better next time, JR. My gosh, that was awful.
Yeah, thank you, JR.
That was brutal. Remember back in the day, phone companies, when you made a call, they used to charge you for the minutes and everything, especially if it was long distance. My man JR just wasted his.
He heard that. Oh, they're making fun of Donovan McNabb.
Right, I got to get
it.
It was like a 5-second comment, and we moved on. That got him calling in. All right.
When we come back, as promised, DeMar DeRozan, what, according to a former teammate, he is going to bring to the Kings off the floor next on Sackdown Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, with the A's starting rotation in flux for much of the year, left-hander J.P. Sears has been a constant. In fact, he hasn't missed a start going back to the beginning of last year. And when he beat the White Sox to begin the A's most recent homestand, that meant the A's had won 6 of his previous 7 starts. And during those 6 wins, his ERA was 1.73.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay to store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. They believe it's all about people and choices. Their goal is to find the car that fits your lifestyle. With their huge inventory of models, they've got the right car and, more importantly, at the right price every time. Experience for yourself why their customers drive away smiling. Discover the difference, because it's not just about the car, it's also about the people. Experience the Sacramento Dodge Jeep and Chrysler difference off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks, or you can find them online, sacsuperstore.com.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton and Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. With the kids back in school, now is the perfect time to go buy a new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. I have one and I love it. And I'm not the only one in my family that loves it. My 12-year-old daughter loves it. In fact, just the other day when I was about to drop her off to school, she said, "Dad, are we taking the nice car out?" And I said, "Yeah, honey, we're taking the Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV." She was so excited to ride in it, and she was so excited to show it off to her friends. She loves the fact that it has seat cooling, seat massaging, and oh yeah, extra room in the back seat for all of her friends. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself. Go test drive one now at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You'll see how the car drives, the comfort it has, and the speed it has on the open road. Just head on down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com.
Keep your family cool and comfortable this summer with Bell Brothers' best summer ever financing event. When you replace your AC system, we're offering 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on approved credit, then low fixed rate thereafter. That's right, 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on any new AC system. It's an incredible offer on an incredible new AC system, but only for a limited time. This offer is also available on any plumbing, water heater, or insulation projects over $1,000. So call Bell Brothers now. Your family will thank you because they'll be cool and comfortable. But you have to hurry. Our offer for 0 payment, 0 interest for 6 months, then low fixed rate thereafter ends soon. Estimates and second opinions are free. So call now to keep your family cool and comfortable during Bell Brothers' best summer ever event. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com. That's theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
We just found out who has all the talent in the Draper family, and surprisingly, it's not Kyle. As talented as he is, most of the talent lies elsewhere in the family, huh?
Yeah, my daughter Quinn, she's a girl of many talents. Yes, she is. She's a text queen, that's for sure. She's always texting me right now. Tell me when you're about to do it so I can tune in. Okay, I'm listening. And I didn't tell you also.
Well, let me just mention earlier, you said something about, I was coming back from England, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then so we asked you, what do you do in English accent? You said, no, but your daughter does.
Yes, my daughter does a great English accent, and she recorded something and sent it to me, and I think Jay has it. Let's hear Quinn and her British accent.
Hello, is this Sacktown Sports Radio? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to call to say hello.
Got a little Hermione in there.
Yeah, that's exactly how she sounds like Hermione from Harry Potter. And so, yeah, man, she, you know, it's funny. One time we had my son on. Remember, Jay, we had my son on the show. She's like, Dad, when you going to get me on the show? I'm like, what's your talent? Would you going to contribute to the show? So I guess we got it.
Sacktown Sports Radio.
Sacktown. Oh, I like that drop,
okay,
bro.
Thank you. I just wanted to call to say hello.
Oh, you know that's a drop. You don't even got to tell me twice. It was already cut up, ready to go.
Jade is hilarious.
We gotta.
She's so excited, man.
Get her to do some Drive Guys drops.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Drive Guys.
You're listening to the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports Radio. Yeah, she could do that.
Yeah, she does it better than you.
Hey, trust me. I've been to Britain, England.
There.
Almost, but mine was a little Spanglish, But can I give a shout out to my guy Forrest Gibson, who's in Yuba City, big listener of the show. My daughter's selling bracelets for her cheer team, and Forrest, who was a listener, actually bought one.
Thank you,
He
Forrest.
Venmo'd me the money and everything.
How'd he find you?
Yeah. No, on IG, Instagram.
Okay, yeah,
social media. He hit me up.
The power of social media.
Yep. So shout out to him. And shout out to our guy, Imran Paladia, as well. He had my daughter come in. They had trade night on Saturday.
Oh, how'd that go, man?
Bring your daughter in. She can sell her bracelets here. And she did. She sold 20-something bracelets. So.
Hey, speaking of Imran, I'm wondering if he knows about this. Matt Strom is a pitcher on the Phillies. He's the one that wore in the All-Star game, I think.
Oh, the belt.
The belt. Oh, yeah.
But Jay, he collects cards of guys that hit home runs
off him.
He says, if you hit a home run off me, you're good enough for me to collect.
Really?
Yeah.
So does he get him to sign him?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Does he have a short belt, or is that thing about as long as
I don't know.
Andre the Giant?
It's getting bigger and bigger. And then one other note from the X-Files on social media. Breakdancing out of the 28.
Yeah, how about that, Jay?
Thank the Lord.
We did a segment on that. I will say this.
Thank you.
Jay, I don't know if you watched the men's breakdancing was a little better.
I didn't watch it all.
It was a little better. I thought the men's breakdancing competition.
What made you double back?
Nah, it just happened to be. It just was flipping.
Background fodder.
Yeah, and I forget the guy from USA. He did a great job. He did a fantastic. I don't know if he medaled or not, but it was better than what we saw the day before.
That poor woman from Australia reminded me of.
Man.
Remember, was it Martin Gramatica when he was celebrating
towards ACL or something?
Yeah. Did you hear about that woman though? Her backstory?
She's a PhD.
Yeah,
Has a PhD,
and somehow she arranged, she created this breakdancing company, and they thought she was an expert and knew what she was doing. So she got them to pay for her to go over there and represent her country. Yeah, crazy.
We got a mediocre team.
I don't think breakdancing should be in the Olympics because it's not a sport.
It's not a sport.
It's incredible, but like ballroom dancing, should that? No, it's competitive, but it's not a sport.
You missed my I called it basically. It's what you do in Times Square with a bucket or a pail next to you to get money from people. It's not an actual, there aren't people just walking around, breakdancing. Like people go play badminton, people go shoot archery. Nobody's breakdancing, really, right?
I don't know. It's just not a sport. So anyway.
Yeah.
Yesterday, did they do any breakdancing yesterday? The final day of the Olympics always strikes me as the day where they go, we only got one more day left. What did we forget?
Right.
What are sports do we got to get in? What did we forget to do?
The marathon was right. The last
marathon, and then women's basketball. Yeah, those were some of the last few events.
A big basketball game. Was that last night? DeMar DeRozan in the
was it last night or the night before? Yeah, yesterday afternoon. Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan went off. Here's what DeMar DeRozan's going to bring the Kings off the floor, according to Kobe White, per NBC Sports Chicago. DeMar always led by example. He wasn't always the loudest guy in the room or the most talkative guy in the room. But if we had a meeting, he was early. If we had a bus time, he was one of the first ones there. He was never late to a meeting. He was always ready to go. When the game came, it was always about business. And the way he took me, DT, Pat under his wing, it shed light on the things that I'm looking forward to when I get older. And that can start now for me. That's Kobe White on DeMar DeRozan's impact.
Sounds like he's a leader
to
me, which is exactly what we need. I mean, a guy that's going to come in, put his hard hat on, bring his lunch pail, be there early, stay late, take the young guys under his wing as well, not be a malcontent. And, I've said it time and time again, and I've spoke to people within the Kings organization about this. First and foremost, they like to bring in good guys, good character guys that'll fit well in the locker room. And it sounds like DeMar DeRozan is going to be perfect with this squad.
Lit up the Drew League for 54. Did you see any of those highlights?
A little bit. Hit some threes, too.
Yeah. There's one play he's dribbling. There's his teammates like, I'm open. It's like, dude, it's
DeMar DeRozan. Like, that's his personal playground. You know what I mean? Like, 54, and I think they only scored like 106 or something like that. Like, he was gunning out there.
Came from way behind.
Oh, did they?
To win. Yeah, I believe they had to come from way behind.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see him. We haven't released our preseason schedule yet. I know people have sort of cobbled it together based on other teams and everything like that, but I can't remember a more, anticipatory King season. Even last year we were excited, but I feel different this year. I feel like this offseason is stretching longer. I'm like, let's go. And we still got 2 more months before basketball.
How important is camp and how important are the preseason games given that you're adding DeMar DeRozan?
You know what, Whitey? That's a great question. On the surface, I would say it's huge. But I think the work is already being done.
Mm-hmm.
The pickup games, the workouts, the chemistry, the getting to know each other, so that when camp comes, you're already ahead of schedule. It's not like these guys aren't around each other until they first come to camp late September, early October. And so I think it's critical. I think it's key to go against when you do go against other people and see how you fare, tight game situations, late game situations. That's what I'll be looking for come preseason, man, just how DeMar fits in. And fortunately, I feel like they've already got a jump on that.
Yeah, typically, you look at a basketball team and people worry about, well, are there enough basketballs to go around? And I don't think anybody has to worry about anybody on this team being selfish, but still there's a matter of their games fitting together, and they're all willing and they all want to. And DeMar DeRozan said, I can play with anybody, but you don't know how it's going to fit until you're actually playing together. And as you and I have said, I think you agree with me, Malik is going to be the one who's going to have some big adjustments potentially to make.
Yeah, I think so. I think, especially, late in games, maybe he doesn't get as many shots. But I will say, and you know this, a lot of times when a new player comes, teams are sort of unselfish to a fault. You know what I mean? Let me look for DeMar here. Let me make sure, instead of just playing this game. I remember back when, Miami formed their big three with LeBron, D-Wade, and Bosh. It took Wade to say, LeBron, you're the guy. Do your thing. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about Chris. And so I think it's going to be, I could see Jiren deferring to DeMar early on, and DeMar saying, no, Jiren, we need you to be yourself if we want to be great. Yeah.
Now, in the gold medal men's game, we know that Steph was phenomenal and LeBron was impressive. Sacramento was also very impressive. And we'll tell you how when we come back to Sacktown Sports. Drive, guys.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been? I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Welcome to the Tap House Restaurant at Bartley Cavanaugh Golf Course. With an array of local craft brews from a selection of 20 taps, the Tap House menu boasts freshly made sandwiches, crisp salads, and a variety of specialty entrees. The Tap House is the perfect place for a round after your round at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course, especially during happy hour from 3 to 6 daily. Drop by the Tap House restaurant for scenic views, exquisite food, and a hearty welcome. The Tap House at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Before we get any further, we have new information on a story that we've been talking about today. Jiren Duran of the Red Sox used a homophobic slur at a heckler last night. ESPN microphones picked it up. So the Red Sox suspended him 2 games today. And now the mayor of Boston wants to have a word with the Red Sox.
Reportedly, Mayor Michelle Wu out there in Boston wants to meet with the Red Sox regarding this. And then my guy Dan Shaughnessy, legendary reporter, sports columnist for the Boston Globe, just tweeted out, after getting suspended for 2 games for aiming a homophobic slur at a Fenway fan, Jiren Duran chose to wear this shirt in his pregame presser today. And it's a red and white shirt, and it has the words F 'em on it. Yeah. Yeah.
We will say, if you've been following this, he is very apologetic for what he said, what that's worth. Yeah. He said, I'm very sorry, apologized profusely. So, interesting wardrobe choice today.
Yeah, sometimes actions speak louder than words, right? And you could say the right thing, but then to follow it up with that, that's a poor choice of outfit. I'll just say it like that.
He's 27, so he's not a kid, but you can imagine a guy like that. He's like, sorry what I said, I shouldn't have said. And then all of a sudden, this tremendous amount of scrutiny is probably unlike anything else he's ever been through in his whole life. Doesn't excuse anything for, he said what he said and he shouldn't have said it. But I could see how at some point he'd just be going, man, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Yeah. I will say too, Whitey, in this day and age of social media, and being a public figure like he is, you probably get it from both sides.
Yeah.
Meaning you can't do anything right, basically. You apologize, then the people are going to say, you didn't do anything wrong. Why are you apologizing? What happened to freedom of speech and all this? And then you think, what happened to freedom of speech? And then, and so it can't be easy right now being a public figure and making a mistake, and doing something wrong, because you're going to get it from both sides.
Mm-hmm. So we just mentioned that because we talked about it earlier, and some things apparently happening this afternoon. Compio says that's a season-long suspension coming.
Wow. Interesting. I can't see it. I can't see it.
Compy also says the Olympic Committee is considering ballroom dancing for
the game. Okay, yeah.
And I don't even know if that's a joke. It wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me. I did see, some of the sports that they are bringing back in 2028. You guys' beloved baseball.
Yes.
Making,
you got
return.
it back in the old USA. And flag football, right?
Flag football.
As I think an exhibition sport. I'm not sure.
But who qualifies for that? You know what I mean? Is it going to be like 3-on-3 basketball where NFL players aren't playing, right?
I know a lot of them said they wanted to play. I don't know how they're selecting the team.
Right.
But,
how do you
it's going to be a slaughter.
Who is it? Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Who else would you?
The U.S. against
Debo.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Right. Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Speaking of the Olympics, way to go, Sacramento. Maybe you saw this. Richard Deitch on Twitter. Richard Deitch is a tremendous sports media writer. He has top 26 metered markets for the USA's win over France for the men's gold medal game. Number 1 was West Palm Beach with a 12.5 rating and a 38 share or 36 share. Number 2 is San Francisco
down here.
Let's see. San Francisco, Kansas City tied for second. And then fourth, Sacramento with a rating of 11.6 and a 45 share, which is a very healthy share.
Yeah,
for the
45
Olympics.
share.
We built this city on basketball.
I think, if I remember correctly, ratings versus share. Share is the percentage of households who have their TV on are watching this. Rating is the percentage of all TVs that are watching this.
Yeah, so 45 share is really healthy.
Like if you had your TV on, close to half the people who are watching TV at that time were watching the gold medal game.
By the way, San Francisco, 57 share.
Their boy Steph Curry going off.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Wow. Who's to say basketball has having ratings issues? Let me ask you this, though, because now you hear people, an NBA need to adopt Olympic rules and things like that. Do you think that would work in the association, some of the rules?
I wonder if a shorter game would keep people interested more. They never do that, and I don't know that I want them to. But I was watching the game. I'm wondering, what rules could you bring into the NBA? I just love when the ball's off the rim, you can go get it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do like that.
Miss free throw, you can like grab it. You don't have to worry about it being over the center.
Knock it off and everything like that.
Yeah.
Some people are saying, well, there should be fewer commercials like there were in the Olympics. But that's an economics thing. That's a business thing. Advertising for the Olympics is such a premium. You can afford to have fewer commercials.
It did seem to me, I know we saw a lot of this in the NBA last year, towards the end of the year, but it seemed to me that the officials saw something. And it's like, that didn't really affect the play. You could kill a guy and they wouldn't call a foul.
Yeah.
They were letting a lot go. And I think it did. They would call, if someone's driving to the basket, there's contact, they're going to call it. But some of the incidental stuff, it didn't matter how much contact was there. They weren't going to call it.
Let me ask you this, though, because
they did. France just missed a free throw.
Yeah. I went on a major rant after a loss to the Phoenix Suns on Postgame Live about the officiating. Would you like to see more physical play allowed? Like, my thing is, I don't know what a foul is anymore.
No, I understand. I know
that's my frustration.
Tim Kempton we talked about.
Yeah,
that,
our boy Tim Kempton.
Yeah, there's a number of guys that were very physical players when they played who are now announcing who were telling us, like, I don't even know what they're doing anymore. There just has to be some consistency.
Right.
If you are going to let more go, okay, but everyone has to have a clear idea what's allowed and what's not.
Yeah, and you can't change it in the middle of the season.
Right.
Like, it's it was pretty stark, like the contrast.
De'Aaron Fox had a really hard time with it.
Yeah.
He let that be known.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I do agree with a lot of people about the flopping and searching for the fouls and not even trying to get a bucket. You're just trying to draw a foul. I do have an issue with that. But if a guy gets whacked across the arm while driving, that's a foul. Mm-hmm. Like, I think, we need the NBA needs to, really explain what a foul is and what it isn't, because I would love to get an official on too to show. Jay, I don't know if we can, get Monty McCutcheon or somebody like that on one day as we lead up to the season. But, trying to determine what is a foul, what's a travel. Like, I need to hear somebody from the league office explain what the hell they were thinking last year.
I can get a former official on.
Who you got?
A guy by the name, he lives in town, a guy by the name of Bill Simmons. And he says, I don't even watch the games anymore. He says, I have no idea what a foul is.
Really?
Yeah.
He used to ref NBA?
Yes.
Oh, man, that'd be cool to get, because I'm with him. I just, and the thing, too, is, Whitey, if you're a bigger guy, you could absorb more contact. If you're a little guy, are you penalized because you should be able to absorb more contact, like De'Aaron Fox, per se? And so I thought it was a stain on the second half of the season last year.
He also told me one time it was when they just had two officials. And he was doing a game in San Diego, and he had to leave the game because he had stomach cramps. So he had to leave and get treatment. And I think it was Daryl Garrettson who was doing the game. And so he came back after a while. He cleared and he was back on the court. And the game had been a blowout. When he came back, it was much closer. And the other official said, "Hey, I tightened it up for you." So,
oh my God. I tightened it up for you. I'm responsible for this here. It's getting out of hand. Let me get. Wow,
that's easy to do. If I'm not saying they do it, but it'd be very easy.
Very
to
easy.
Do.
Just call a couple fouls.
And you're shooting free throws.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we know from Game 6, 2002. We know 27 free throws. And so we know it all too well how an officiating crew can really impact the game.
See, I can't even bring up that game anymore because Jay won't allow
it. I almost cut his mic. Don't worry about it.
I didn't say anything, Jay.
I'm saying, Jay,
that wasn't me.
It fits in with the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Gotta keep bringing up old stuff.
Yeah. NBA schedule release is expected very soon. We've got a few glimpses. That's next on Sackdown Sports.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Listen to this bass, Drape. That's Sting.
Oh, okay.
Drive Guys. Great to be back from vacation. Spent a week in Kauai. Those islands are. It's like it's make believe sometimes.
Yeah.
You stand there and there's a rainbow. No, there's a sea turtle. It's just and it's just so green and everything. It's just incredible.
What was the best part about other than being away from me and Jay?
Well, that counting the days is bad. Just swimming in the ocean. Being with family was great.
Yeah.
I love swimming in the ocean. Took us a few days before we could get there to Anini Beach, and I literally was swimming at one point. And there's like a sea turtle closer to me than you are. And it was just on the bottom of the ocean. I was just, there's a sea turtle. And then there's like a stingray swimming right through. And it's just so beautiful and peaceful and warm and everything.
Hey, Jay, what did we talk about? Is Whitey a paddleboard guy? Or
surfer, paddleboarder,
surfer,
body surfer.
You in any of those things?
I haven't done any of those. My daughter Lonnie does. I like to swim and
so you're just a swimmer and snorkel.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, they have those guys like what is it, kite surfing or something, where it's incredible.
Yeah.
I don't know how those people do that.
So we started this because Drapes led us into a little bit of his life last week. He's trying to paddleboard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting out there.
Yeah, and so like Drapes paddleboarding, what's the great thing about people is every single day there's something different, right? You can enjoy life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I never thought Drapes would be paddleboarding. And he's like, man, I'm straight to the lake right now.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
One of my daughters has done, I have pictures, yoga on a paddleboard in the middle of Mission Bay in San Diego.
I know people that have done that. Not Mission Bay, but out in Folsom. Like 30 people out there doing yoga on a paddleboard.
How does that work?
I don't know.
You just gotta have good balance.
Yeah, you gotta I can't
the
even
water's
stand
gotta
up
be the
on it.
calmest ever.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I got pictures people have sent me, from doing paddleboard yoga. I'm like, really? But then you see like 30 of them out there laying on their back, doing the downward dog poses, and I'm like, how do you do that? Like,
What got you started on that?
Well,
Paddleboarding.
I told Jay, growing up in Philly, we didn't go to lakes and stuff like that. We didn't do outdoorsy things other than basketball and football. And so when I moved here, I said, I want to experience the outdoors, whether it's skiing, surfing, whatever it may be. And so I got into paddleboarding. I bought a paddleboard, bought a kayak. And so just trying to open up, my horizons, spread my wings a little bit.
Yeah. My mother passed away. It's been 10 years now. But after she passed away and you were going through all the pictures and putting something together, there was pictures of her in, 50s or whatever, like on a paddleboard. And we were all going, I didn't know they had
those back then?
Yeah. Like,
you sure that wasn't a surfboard?
Mom might have been the first paddleboarder.
Right.
Never heard of that.
Oh, man, that'd be cool.
Yeah. So it's great to be back. And now especially we look forward to the NBA season with the word today that the Kings are going to be opening October 24th against the Minnesota Timberwolves. When, Drapes, are we going to get the whole freaking schedule, as they say, across the pond where your daughter's from?
I know, right? I'm guessing Thursday. I don't understand why the league is being so secretive.
Aren't they always like this?
Yeah, it's ridiculous, though.
It's like,
but
we're not going to tell you when the schedule's coming. Boom.
Right, and then boom, because
and it comes out in a little bit here, a little bit there.
So, ESPN PR says Tuesday, NBA Today will reveal the official 2024 Emirates NBA Cup schedule. Nobody cares about that. Just give us the dang schedule,
Right.
And so, in NBA Communications, let me text somebody real quick and find out here.
I thought I saw something today that said a number of NBA teams have already released their entire preseason schedule.
Yes, I have seen.
Can we just everybody do it at once?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It should. And how come the Kings haven't done anything yet? It's like, come on now. It's frustrating. For me, I'm trying to plan my life out. I'm like, all right, where are we going to be at? Do I got to work this night?
Going to be able to paddleboard that day?
Paddleboard? Are we going to be broadcasting live from the arena that day? And so these are questions I want to know. Let me text my guy here. Let me text. I'll find out the official schedule release date.
So a lot of people are wondering about that October 24th game. Since that's a Thursday, does that mean the Kings are going to be on TNT? Which I was thinking, wow, that's terrific if they're on that first, nationally televised Thursday night game. But then Drapes reminded me, well, that would mean that he wouldn't get to do the game, which I hadn't thought about.
Well, yes, selfishly, Kings fans, I want to be there opening night. I want to be broadcasting.
Of course.
But it is a feather in the cap, something to be proud of if you're a Sacramento Kings fan.
Opening night should be on local TV.
It really should. It really, but, you look at Tuesday with the Celtics and the Knicks ring ceremony. That won't be on local TV. That'll be on TNT exclusive. And so, I'm a little bittersweet. I'm excited that the matchup is coming. I'm excited that, we'll have a home game to open the season. Remember, usually we're out in Portland or something like Utah or something like that, but we'll be able to open up the season at home. But I'm a little upset that, your favorite crew. I wonder if we'll still do pre and post game that day. We should.
Yeah.
First game, we should be out there for that.
Is that an indication, as I think it is, I want to think it is, that the league and TNT see Sacramento as kind of a team that people want to see? If the game is on national TV?
I think so.
Then forget it. But if that's a TNT game, that says something about your brand.
Right. It says something about your players too.
Yeah.
Like they usually put the big name players on the marquee primetime spots. We know the NBA is all about marketing its stars. And does that mean Domas, Jiren, and DeMar? How about that? 3 Ds with the first thing. It's just hitting me. We got to market that somehow. Does that mean that these guys are becoming faces of the NBA, marketable stars? They should be. I mean, the way they play, how hard they play, they're 3 entirely different players, too. And so that, and the fact that we're going against Minnesota, one of the other stars, and Anthony Edwards, Gobert, and Towns, and those guys, I think this is a marquee matchup. 2 of the Western Conference elite going at it.
Let me be the first to say it. Must win.
Oh, come on. No, you're backing yourself into a corner, Whitey.
I'm going with it.
Because if we lose,
scenario.
What happens if we lose?
You've got I don't want to think about it, Drapes.
Right.
It's time to start thinking about breaking this thing up.
No.
you got Minnesota. They will have just played 2 nights ago against the Lakers. No, obviously you'd love to get off to a great start and a very significant Western Conference contest. But the season, as we all know, everyone knows this, but the teams, everything looks so different at the end of the year than it does at the start of the year.
Yeah, 100%. But to your point, I do think the Kings need to get off to a good start.
There you go.
Like, I'm giving you crap, obviously, but I do think, you could set the tone early. Remember 2 years ago when we won 48 games, that stretch in early November, what was it? How many did we win? 7 or 8 in a row? That sort of catapulted us the rest of the season. Unlike last year, losses to Houston, sort of was like what defined our season. That was our season in a nutshell right there. So to your point, yes, let's get off to a good start.
I do think it's going to take some time, though, for everyone to figure out how it fits together the best. And it's going to take Mike Brown time to figure that out, too. Now, hopefully, it doesn't mean you got a losing record or anything, but I think it's fair to think this team is going to be playing better basketball in February than they might in November.
Yeah, and one thing too, Whitey, to that point, where I feel like this team is in a better position than last year's team. I feel like Mike Brown will know his roster better. Meaning, he, last year he wasn't sure what Chris Duarte was, he was.
He was looking for answers.
He wasn't sure who Sasha was.
Yeah.
Like, we know who DeMar DeRozan is. And I could argue we might be a little thin in the front court, 3, 4, and 5 position. And so maybe we go out there and get somebody else. But our top, 5, 6, 7, 8 should be set. Whereas last year, our top 6 was set. Then after that, we were sort of trying to figure it out on the fly.
Mm-hmm. See, to me, the ideal scenario is you start off playing okay, playing better and better and better. Then you approach the deadline and you realize we have a chance to be a special team. We're going to have to add.
Yeah.
And you go out and you get somebody for more front court depth, and then you're set. For the postseason. To make a real run.
Yeah. And somebody from the 916 brought this up. They don't do TNT games on Thursdays during the NFL season. Why do I feel like the opening week they do? Usually they don't. This is true. Usually they do Tuesday nights up until January.
Okay, so I thought they did.
I thought on opening week they did. I could be wrong.
Point.
Yeah, that's a good point. I have to figure that out. But I thought on opening week they did, but I could be wrong.
That's the problem for the NBA on Christmas now, right? Because I know Styles and Watkins were talking about this. The NBA used to own Christmas, and now I think the Chiefs are playing the Texans and the Steelers are playing somebody.
Is that going to be on Peacock? No, that's Netflix, I think. Netflix.
I don't know, but it's going to draw huge ratings away from who is it? The Mavericks and the Nuggets? Is that who's playing?
Nuggets and Suns, right? Okay. Nuggets and Suns. Look at that. We already forgot the matchups, right? And how many games? 2 games at NFL?
I believe there's 2. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the early NBA window they get. But, I don't know about you guys, but growing up, in Philly, with my Nana. Like, that was our thing. NBA Christmas Day, we had it on multiple TVs. People gathered around. You walk from the kitchen to the living room. You don't miss a play. Like, that's what we grew up with. And now to have the NFL infringing upon that?
It's the Chiefs. Let's see. Chiefs and Steelers and the Ravens play Houston.
Okay.
But I don't have, let's see. I'll have to double check what it's on, what platform it's on. Let's see. So, now we got so many different things, but that's going to draw huge numbers regardless.
Right. It is. You got your game's brightest star and Patrick Mahomes, and arguably your second brightest star. And you said the Ravens, Lamar Jackson in the second game. I mean, and so if I had my druthers, though, I know I'm going to be watching NBA.
Those could be, both of those could be.
Yeah, good matchups.
They're on Netflix.
That's, guys, am I the only one with a problem with that?
Man.
I'm not going to Netflix to watch sports, bro.
You are. Bet you are.
You are, and can I borrow your password?
Right? No, I'm sorry. I go to Netflix to watch shows, Top Boy, and things like
Jack Reacher.
Yeah, now I got to watch sports on there, too? Man, it's just too much. It's too much.
You're definitely going to Netflix to watch football now.
Jay, but what about Peacock? What about Amazon?
You going there
what
too?
about Apple TV and everything?
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah. What you got wrong with Apple?
Apple TV, they're pulling back. They're cutting budgets because
are they?
Yeah, I saw a report from, and I don't remember, I have to go through now, but they were saying Apple TV has as many viewers per month as Netflix has a day.
Per month? Wow.
Yeah, so Apple TV just didn't hit, and they're cutting budget.
So why do I still have that subscription though? I still got.
I'm gonna tell you, like I told my wife, cut it.
I mean, have to cut it. All right.
Take back that $6.99, $5.99.
They have a major league package.
Yes.
Yeah. And I love baseball. I've never watched it.
No,
really,
no need to.
I don't think I've ever.
What is that? The Friday night?
Isn't there a Sunday morning?
Is there
one?
Really? Oh man, it's just there's too many options, right? It's too many. Like. Am I going to go to Apple to watch this game if it's not my team, or I'm going to watch ESPN or TNT or something that's easier to access, if you will?
But with football, people will they do that for basketball?
Yeah,
that's what all the streaming platforms are banking on with the big deal with the NBA.
Christmas, she got Netflix, and then the day after, the 26th, you have Seahawks and Bears on Amazon Prime.
There you go.
So what, Christmas on a Saturday?
I don't think so.
So now they're taking day after Christmas too? Is what I'm hearing? As I pull out the old calendar here. December
Christmas on a Wednesday,
Friday.
Right?
Oh no, Saturday.
Wednesday.
You're right, Jeff.
Wednesday doubleheader.
So it's going to be games Wednesday,
and then Thursday their normal games.
Saturday and Sunday at that point.
That's it. Yeah.
Dang.
Seahawks Bears, you interested in that?
Nah. Man, my boy Caleb Williams. That's about it.
Fun this year.
They are going to be fun.
Come week 15 or whatever it is by then.
They might be out
for a playoff spot, battling the Lions for the division lead.
It's oversaturation, fellas. I can't do it.
Maybe you're right, but at this point, I don't think there's any such thing. I would have thought that a long time ago. At this point, it's like pretty soon the NFL is going to be playing every day of the week.
Yeah, every day.
Some platforms that we haven't even dreamed of yet.
Mm-hmm.
Smokey,
right. Not Tubi, Smokey, right?
Some streaming apps that don't even exist yet.
Oh my God.
The Smokey game of the week. All right. When we come back, if the 49ers want to keep Aiyuk, why would they let him negotiate with other teams? We may have the answer when we come back. And it's all brought to you by Smokey Streaming on Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. A Delta breeze will pick up Monday evening. That'll send temperatures into the upper 50s to start Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon, just a touch warmer with valley highs near 90. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com. DrapesMosquitoes.com.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to saclegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Great to be back. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. My apologies to Ramsey, who has been hanging on. Ramsey, you're on with the Drive Guys. What's going on?
Just first and foremost, I thank Jay for the song that he played, because I'm actually sitting in the Bay right now in San Francisco, getting ready to go to the Giants game as I'm waiting for my dad to get back home from the Olympics and picking him up from Paris tonight.
Nice. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it with Jay and Drapes. I mean, my dad, he went to the events Thursday. He went to the 200 with the whole situation with Noah Lyles. Saw Sidney McLaughlin-Lerone win the 400-meter hurdles and a few other events. And I'm taking time as well, like you said. Unfortunately, Whitey, your mother passed, Whitey. This would have been my mother's birthday tonight, but unfortunately she's not with us. Mm-hmm. So I always try to go to a game, because we'd always go to games on her birthday. So I tied it all in, going to the game, taking to my dad, and I get to see a great pitching matchup as well with Chris Sale versus Blake Snell tonight, too.
Oh, that's a good one. Wow. Yeah.
So no complaints. Enjoying the day. That's all I can do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a quick one. Quick pitcher's duel tonight, Ramsey.
I hope so, because my dad gets in about 9:15, 9:20, and if that works out, I can watch the game and get to SFO before he even lands.
Nice. Good luck. Thanks for checking in.
No problem. Appreciate it, gentlemen.
All right, big dog. Ramsey with the Drive Guys. By the way, quick baseball note. Did you see the guy that jumped onto the field at Oracle, and he was talking to Conforto, and then security came, and he ran and tried to jump up the pool.
Oh, yeah. And he didn't quite make it. Yeah.
No, not even close. Terrible.
Right.
Terrible.
The springs didn't activate. Go Gadget legs did not activate.
And speaking of terrible, this quick note, you know the Chicago White Sox are really absolutely horrible.
Yes.
They're, what are they, 28-91? I mean, they have a chance to set the all-time modern record for losses.
Yeah, we talked about it last week. They were riding a 21-game losing streak into game 2 of their 3-game set with Oakland, and of course they snapped it against the A's. They got their win. Have they won since then? I don't know, But they snapped that 21-game losing streak against Oakland.
That's dreadful.
Yeah. They fired their manager in the process.
Oh, that'll fix it.
Yeah, that'll change it all.
But we've been talking a lot today about the 49ers, and the Brandon Aiyuk thing just keeps on keeping on. When are we going to get this settled, Drapes? Soon, right? Very soon?
Got to be.
Hopefully. And we think we know that they're talking again, or
I don't know. But then we had Schefter, that quote, and he's like, I don't know if there's been much communication lately. I don't know. I don't know where it's at.
Do we have that, Jay? Adam Schefter on ESPN. And as I mentioned earlier, I do pay special attention to Schefter anytime he talks about behind-the-scenes stuff with the 49ers, because he wrote a book with Mike Shanahan, and I think that more often than not, he's really getting inside information when he talks about the 49ers goings-on. So here's Adam Schefter.
We've said all along that this is a very hard deal to get done because any acquiring team would have to satisfy both Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers. And so if a team can't do both, then a deal can't get done. And so you had teams out there that could satisfy one of those conditions, but not both. And with that being the case, I think Brandon Aiyuk felt like, look, he'd like to stay in San Francisco, but he wanted to get paid. They couldn't get the deal done. Okay, let's see what else is out there. Again, he's the one that's advertised these other places. He's the one that's honestly been outspoken in the media. The other day, he was commenting about how there are leaks in the Niners. I'm just telling you, I don't think they're talking that much. I don't think they're talking that much.
Adam Schefter, who does a lot of talking. But I know a lot of people around the league, not just media members and fans, but a lot of people have looked at this, people in the league, and said, this is odd. This whole thing is weird. One of the things people are wondering about here with the news that Aiyuk has gone out and found some potential deals, people have wondered, why would the 49ers have allowed their top receiver to negotiate with other teams and seek a trade? If they want to keep him, why would they do that? The Athletic has an answer. Could be a tactical move by the team to break out of their own stalemate with Aiyuk. That is, he's going to find out what else is out there and realize the grass ain't always greener. And then that's going to get the process rolling again. Maybe. Again, this is a lot of this is just guesswork. But if you want to keep him, why do you allow him to do this?
And if that is the case, I think it backfired then, right?
Maybe.
Because if the Patriots, according to Mike Reese, were going to offer him $30 to $32 million, how does that help you, San Francisco, in negotiating with Aiyuk? Now it puts into my mind, man, I can get 32, 31, 30, and they're only offering me 26. Hell, they better pay me my money. And so it might have backfired if, that was their thinking. You see it in the NBA a lot too. Isaac Okoro with the Cleveland Cavaliers, restricted free agent. Go out there, look for another offer, see what you can get. And a lot of times there's nothing to be had.
Market dries up.
Yep, market dries up, and then you got to come back.
Hasn't dried
right,
up.
It's not. And we had Jeff Howe earlier, and I asked him, is this a game of chicken? Who's going to blink first? Probably Aiyuk, right? Giving up all that money, and you look at a situation like the Jets with Hassan Reddick, you saw their statement they put out, he'll continue to be fine. And it got me thinking, NFL players don't have any leverage unless you're Trent Williams, maybe, but even Trent at some point would have to come back.
Yeah. I mean, their union is the weakest of it, but some of that is because of the nature of the game.
Right. Right. But how can NBA players strong arm their way to exactly where they want to go? But
that's a good question, especially when you consider how much more money the NFL makes than any other.
Right. Yeah. It's go ahead.
I would say my thing and you might not want to hear this is the NFL is going to sell no matter what. Like the NBA relies on their stars. The NFL, and I always say it's a fantasy thing, like fantasy, gambling, those things run the NFL no matter what you think about it. Like you guys talked about share ratings and views. People are going to turn on the NFL because they're rating. Because they're fantasy team.
Yeah, we'll get a nobody and put them in a Chiefs helmet. People are going to watch them.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Unless you're like Pat Mahomes, like the top of the top,
right?
Remember, Trent
Brock
Williams
Purdy.
held out for a long time. Brock Purdy, I like how you
Brock
slipped
Purdy,
that in
yeah,
there.
throw him in that
Trent
category.
Williams
Sure.
held out for a long time, a few seasons ago when he wasn't with the 49ers. So he's not opposed to taking a sit down and taking a half of a season away from a team, So I don't think he's at that point now with the 49ers, and he's a little longer in the tooth. So he's really, probably got to get that body going just a little bit quicker, but we've seen him do it in the past. He doesn't mind sitting down.
The longer this goes on, the more it appears to me that the 49ers are going to have to do something they don't want to do. They don't want to trade him, but it looks like now, as you said, Kyle, maybe this has backfired on him where he realizes Aiyuk is telling them, look, either pay me or send me to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And, if they're going to keep him and he's going to be unhappy, they don't want to do that. The other thing is, it sounds like maybe they're not negotiating in good faith here. If they're like setting this stuff up, hoping that, we don't really want him to go. We want him to come crawling back to us.
Right.
And if he doesn't, it's like, well, then why is this just a dog and pony show with you're sending me out to talk to these other teams? So it sounds like they've kind of cornered themselves. With this.
And they could be, like you're saying, not negotiating in good faith, meaning, all right, you can go to New England or Cleveland.
Yeah.
Aiyuk says, no, I want to go to Pittsburgh. All right, we don't like Pittsburgh's offer, even though the offers might be comparable, comparable.
Could be.
They could be, like you said, not negotiating in good faith so that Aiyuk has to come back
on him too.
Tuck tail between his legs and beg. What's the out if you're Brandon Aiyuk? What's the long game? How do you get out of this in a positive way?
I would think it would be, look, give me more for this year. Let's start my old deal. I'll pay for less than you would have had to pay me down the road, but just a 1-year deal. You don't have to franchise tag me, and then I'll give you everything we got for this year. And then at that point we can talk about it, but give me, don't have to give me 32, give me 25 for 1 year. That way, he gets to play and he also gets his freedom. But I mean, maybe they wouldn't want to do that. I would think that potentially would be an out.
Yeah, but that's the thing. To your point, I don't know if they would want to do that. Nope, you're going to play under your current contract, and then we're going to franchise tag you. And then if you're Aiyuk, now you're 2 years removed from getting paid. You're 28 years old, and maybe the market is dried up then. And so I just feel like he's in I don't want to say no-win position, but eventually you got to look and see. There's no light at the end of this tunnel. Maybe I might as well just take the 26 and play on it and ask for a trade later after the season, something like that. But at least get 26 while you can.
And that's probably what they're banking on, right?
I think they're trying to wait him out. Start missing some game checks. You know what I mean? Then you're talking some real money, and we'll see what happens then. Right now, Aiyuk's not. The checks are there. He's not. He's still getting paid. He's not being fined. He's not forfeiting anything. When those things start to dry up, I think they're trying to wait him out.
And the funny thing on Trent Williams is that by rule, his fines that he's accruing can't be waived, okay, by rule. But that when he signs, when they come to terms, he's going to say yes, plus X amount, which is whatever.
Throw that in the bonus or something like that. Yeah.
That's absolutely part of the deal.
Right, exactly. So Trent, he's an OG. He's a veteran. He knows they need him ultimately in arguably the most important position outside of quarterback. You got to protect the quarterback. Aiyuk, receivers come and they go.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame offensive linemen, they don't,
Yeah. The thing where I think the 49ers really look bad, and this is pretty obvious, but, you assume that a team like the 49ers is going to fairly compensate somebody. And as you see the market go up and up and up for him, it's like, hey, okay, maybe he doesn't deserve the top of the line, maybe, but he certainly deserves a bump.
He definitely deserves a bump. And, it's, TJ Hushmanzada, his workout coach, said $28 million. They won't even give him 28.
Yeah,
that's brutal.
And I think he and his camp have done a good job of illustrating that.
Right.
And I think that's one reason why Kyle Shanahan is not too happy about the whole situation.
The way it's playing out publicly.
Yeah. We'll see how this plays out publicly. The return of the Wayback Quiz.
Oh, we got that today.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you'd be up for it.
Yeah.
I'm the reigning champ, so let's go.
You know that's a lie. Come on now. Play the tape back.
The Wayback Quiz. This day back in the day in sports is next. Jay against Drapes on Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
When you're ready to get properly fitted for golf clubs, join the thousands of Northern California golfers who visited the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio. Players of all abilities found the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio offers answers to questions about golf club fitting. You'll find a professional staff of fitters, major equipment brands, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan. See for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Call 916-808-2531 to schedule your fitting. 808-2531 for longer, straighter drives.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
We know that the Kings are going to be playing their home opener on October 24th, which is a Thursday. So we've been wondering, and we don't know yet for sure, if that's going to be part of an NBA on TNT doubleheader. Somebody on the text line said, they don't do Thursday night games on TNT during the football season. However, there's one particular reason why NBA and TNT are not currently airing games on Thursday. Since last season, TNT decided not to broadcast doubleheaders on Thursdays and compete with Thursday night football. But NBA on TNT aired only one doubleheader on a Thursday last year, which happened on opening weekend.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought. And, I'm hearing hopefully by Thursday the full schedule comes out. Not finalized yet, but I'm hearing maybe Thursday the schedule might come out.
We got the Wayback Quiz up in just a moment, but first, we got to get to TC.
Oh, check it.
Sports. Time for Check It.
Mic check.
With TC. What's up, TC?
Hey, what's up with my guys? JJ in the back, Drapes, Whitey. How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Hold up, TC. Hold up, Jay. Cut the music, Jay. Cut the music.
Oh, man.
I'm about to give you some business, TC, right? You know what I'm about to say, right? Where was you at last week? You only call when Whitey's on the show, huh? You only call when Whitey's on the show. Yeah, bro. You thought I forgot.
Drake trying to push me in the corner. You know what I'm about? Drake trying to push me in the corner. JJ, trying to stall me out, Jay.
I'm just, Jay, am I telling the truth? Who's
You ain't lying.
I ain't heard from TC in 2 weeks.
I was wondering. I got his music and stuff prepared and ready. I ain't heard from him since July 4th.
My guy, stop it. You know it's all good, man. Look, check it out. Hey, check it. Hey, DeRozan, we're going to keep it short and sweet. Hey, I'm so excited about the Kings season, bro. DeRozan, he's a dog. He's what we've been missing. Everybody wants Keegan development. We wanted a leader and a dog. That's what we got in DeRozan, dog. I don't know what else everybody can tell us about this dude, but this was the right guy. I don't care about no Lori marketing, Brandon Ingram. Who else was on the Kyle Kuzma? I don't care about exactly. Bro, DeRozan was the guy. We got the guy that we needed exactly. Another team might need somebody else, but DeRozan was the guy that we needed, bro, in every aspect of the game. Period. As far as BA, check it out. I'm holding out. I don't care about none of that because all y'all going to do is franchise tag me next year, and what y'all going to pay me that $30 million for the franchise next year anyway. So I'm going to sit out. I'm standing on business, man. I told y'all don't – listen, I know we all like saying it's not about personal. It can't be about personal and in your feelings when you're dealing with a business. But at the end of the day, you can't forget about people are human beings, and people like standing on business. Period, point blank. It comes a point when it's business, and you standing on it, bro. Aiyuk is standing on it. Him and Kyle Shanahan don't see eye to eye. That guy did not forget about how Shanahan treated him, bro, when he first came in the league, dog, how they fell off, and then I turned it around, and I did everything you asked, bro, and now this how you want to do me, dog? This is personal. I'm going to stand on what I got to stand on. If I'm losing money, I'm losing money. Y'all going to end up paying me anyway, or I'm going to end up going to the team that I want to. If I'm Aiyuk, bro, stand on that. Check it. That's all I got.
TC,
From you, TC.
Was a dog.
Dude, I thought something happened to TC. I ain't heard from him in
I thought
10
he was
days,
MIA, wasn't he?
Right? Seriously.
Sounds fine to me.
I went to vacay. I was like, he
must be with Whitey, right? Yeah, he must be with Whitey out on the shores of Hawaii out there.
He must be paddleboard.
That brings us to the Wayback Quiz for August the 12th. JJ against Kyle Draper. We have 4 closest twos today, guys. 2 multiple choice. Who's up first today? Honestly,
I give it to Jay.
Okay,
no, giving it to me. Come on, man. You're the defending champion here.
Everything in the quiz based on or related to things that happened on August 12th on these years: 1936, 1964, 1984, 1994, 2008, 2015. Where do you want to start, Jay?
I'm going to go 19. You said 36?
I did.
Yeah, I'm going there.
And Drapes is staring you down. I think he's...
Doesn't matter. I got to work. I got stuff to do.
He nervous.
He
nervous. Put the pressure on him.
This is a closest two, Jay. You want to go first, or you want him to go first?
I'll let Drapes go.
All right,
Of
Drapes.
course.
Marjorie Gestring, 1936, wins the 3-meter springboard competition, become the youngest Olympic gold medalist ever, and she's still the youngest American gold medalist. At what age? 1936. Marjorie Gestring.
And it's the closest to?
Yeah. 3-meter springboard. Youngest Olympic gold medalist ever, still to this day, the youngest American gold medalist.
13.
13 is exactly right.
Hey, Derek Too Shifty. I see you, baby. My guy Derek Too Shifty on the YouTube chat. We got this kid.
Stolen. He's got it.
Quincy was 16, so that gave my idea.
So you're up, Drapes. We got 64, 84, 94, 08, 2015.
08 Olympics, baby.
All right. Yeah, we have another closest too.
What's the can I get a topic? Can I get
I don't think that's allowed.
Can I get the question and
I
then
don't think that's allowed. Yeah.
All right, Jay can go.
All right, Jay. This day 2008, Michael Phelps wins his 3rd gold medal of the Beijing Olympics. How many would he end up with in the 2008 Olympics?
2008. Let me go back real fast. Give me some time, Drapes. I know you
need time.
Just give me real fast, man. Come on, man.
You on the Google machine or something?
Goodness gracious. I got to get my arithmetic
I already
going.
know this one.
In 08?
Yeah. Michael Phelps won his 3rd in this date.
Yeah, he
How
had
many did he end up
he
with?
had 8.
That is correct.
He
We're tied.
Come on, baby. Derek Too
right
Shifty
back.
shots out to Philadelphia, baby. North side. Meek Mill in there.
Oh man.
And now, Jay, you're up again. 64, 84, 94, 2015.
What was the first one?
1964.
64.
It's a closest to, Jay.
That's fine.
Oh,
I'll
these
take it.
closest
I'll
to.
take it. My mom was born in 64.
You going
Shouts
with
out
this?
to moms.
Okay.
All right. Mickey Mantle homers from both sides of the plate in one game for a record 10th time. How far does the longer of Mantle's 2 homers travel? How many feet?
Here we go with that.
I go like that.
800.
I'm going 517.
517. Kyle Draper?
516.
502.
Yeah. Yes. Dang. We there, baby. We there. I'm bringing it. I'm bringing
Drapes leading 2-1. What a match. And you're up, Drapes.
Dang, that's cold blood right
there. Dude, I
started
need
to go
this
500.
All right. Go ahead. Give me the dates.
84, 94, and 2015. You're up 2-1.
94.
We're just about out of time, Jay.
What time we on?
Yeah, come on, run it.
All right.
Run it.
What year did you say? Sorry?
96, 94.
No, Jay, let me.
What year you say?
How much time we got?
No, you're stalling.
How much time we got?
Yeah.
No, seriously, what's the out time?
Okay, Jokic. You got 40
94,
seconds. 40 seconds, Jokic.
Major League players go out on strike, ending the season.
Hold on, I got a question.
What team ends up?
Is this a closest to or no?
No,
okay.
I would have told you. Right. What team ends up with the best record for the season at 74-40? The Expos, the Indians, the Reds.
Can you repeat
I
the
know
question?
94.
So
Major League players go out on strike, ending the season. What team ends up with the best record for the season? 74-40. The Expos, the Indians, the Reds.
Indians.
No.
Not correct,
Expos.
Jay. Expos, he's got it.
We got time for one more. We got time for one more. We got time.
Too Shifty, Katrina Lipton in the 707.
We got time for one more.
Go ahead.
We got 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
All right, what year, Jay, for the win? 2015 or 1984?
I'm going 84.
All right, it's the closest to.
Drapes go first.
All right. Braves beat the Padres in a game still remembered for a massive brawl resulting in a record. How many players getting ejected? Massive brawl. Beanballs.
15.
15,
Nope,
Jay?
it was 14. It was under. It was 11 or something like that.
It was 17.
Yeah!
Walks it off. See you tomorrow. Sacktown Sports. Finish Sports Radio next.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the street with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I